Welcome in, everyone, back to another live coverage by 410 Sports Talk of the NFL Draft. I am Glenn Martin, going to be hosting tonight. Jimbo will, I believe, be joining me here in the not too distant future, and hopefully DK maybe at some point this evening. But he's still making the trip back as he came into town just for yesterday. But also DRAFTPLEX expected to join us here in also not too distant future. So appreciate everybody coming out. I know everyone's excited about last night. It was a heck of a turnout. Want to thank everyone who came out to Union Hill Kitchen and Craft Beer. It was an awesome night with Raven. Also want to give him a special shout out, flying in all the way from Florida to come hang out, spend some time with us, meet in person for the first time after having each other on each other's shows many times. What's going on, Mark Anthony, the gamer? What's going on, buddy? Appreciate you joining us. And then also got to give a huge shout out to Dayton Wade, Ravens wide receiver, for not only coming out, but spending, 3.5 hours with us. Couldn't have been more gracious with his time. Spoke to everyone. Was cool to take pictures and all that stuff. So shout out to Dayton. Appreciate you coming out. Gave us a lot of insight, too, on kind of this time of year for a player, this time of year for a guy who's trying to make it in the league and get drafted. Was really cool to kind of get some insight from him. Hey, Spooky J, yeah, in college, where are you going? Without cable, huh? There's no way to find the draft, though, like on phone with the phones nowadays. I mean, I sound like an old man. With the phone, you can't find it on the phone. Wow, that's pretty cool, Mark Anthony. Another Malachi added to the Ravens family. Congratulations. I love that. Got to buy NFL Plus. That's no good. Okay. Always trying to get money. Always trying to get a couple dollars. But let me at least kind of show you guys, kind of go over what Malachi brings to this team as we wait for the Ravens to get a little closer to actually picking, and then we'll talk about who you're hoping for, because I know, although it seemed like people were overall generally excited for Malachi, some were not scared to point out that it wasn't the most pressing of need. Some called it a bit of a luxury pick, and that they didn't necessarily address their most glaring needs, but they might have just got the very best football player, which I think is, of course, the Ravens' motto, the best player available. But let me show you guys what at least some of the scouts are showing. I want to throw up some hopefully I'm not frozen completely on your guys' screen. Hopefully you can at least hear what I'm saying, because my screen is frozen. Oh no. Locked up. Oh man, this is no good. No good at all. Uh-oh. There it goes. Okay. Oh, can you guys see me still? Can you guys hear me? I don't know what's going on right now. Oh, okay. You can. All right. Pull it up. All right. Well, my screen is absolutely failing me right now. I can't believe the fact that I'm still live. I just got a spinning progress bar, but I'm going to get this figured out here sooner or later. Okay, so Mel's on the screen. Cleveland's on the clock at 33. First pick of the second round. I'm sorry, after going Mason Graham, the D tackle. Man, can I get this? There we go. Okay, and Hey, you guys got me? Are we good? Let me know in the chat if you got me. Because, whew, he's so tall and old, it takes a minute for him to lean down and fix the wires. Hopefully you guys got me here. Let me know in the chat. We good? We good? Yes. All right, cool. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Everything just froze, and I pulled it up on my phone. I said, I'm still live. People can still see me and hear me. So luckily I wasn't furiously cursing and losing my mind. But it looks like the Browns get Carson Swessinger. I'm sorry. A guy who I saw mocked to the Ravens on a couple occasions. Some argue that he was the best inside linebacker in the draft and said that he would certainly fit well next to Roquan Smith. Ultimately goes to the Ravens' rival, one of the Ravens' rivals in the Browns, and he's now tasked with trying to tackle the likes of Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson. So I wouldn't call him a random linebacker, but again, their picks thus far haven't scared me. Like there was the opportunity coming into this draft where they could get a couple of players that I'd be like, I don't want to have to deal with those guys for another, 10, 15 years in some cases. I guess this isn't ideal. I mean, he's a good player, but it doesn't really shake me to my core. I assume this is a replacement. Folks, this is going to be another likely long night, and I did not do a good job eating last night. Okay? I had a couple beers, had a couple of shots, but I did not do a good job eating. Tonight, I'm going to fix that. So you might see me on occasion take a bite, sneak a bite. But yeah, let me pull up Malachi. If hopefully this isn't the kiss of death and doesn't destroy the computer again, but this is what I was attempting to do last time, and at least give you guys, kind of get you a little insight into the newest Raven and Malachi Starks, and a guy who I'll admit, I mean, I did how many on-air mock drafts, and the amount I did not on air was far greater. And in none of those drafts was Malachi Starks available at pick 27. None of them. And while most of the drafts were relatively similar slider patterns on the PFF simulator, I still never had a chance to draft Malachi. And so what I did was you saw me draft a lot of safeties because and Eamon Worry was in that group. In the second round, I took a lot of different safeties. I think I even took Xavier Watts in one of my mocks in the first round on air. So it's definitely the position I was hoping. I just never thought in a million years that they would have the opportunity to get Malachi Starks. I mean, he's a top 10 talent in my opinion. Now, we're luckily going to have the opinion of oh no. Did it do it? No. Folks, it's happening. Why does it keep doing this? Okay. It's back. Okay. I'm not gonna try and share this screen because if I do, it's likely going to break my computer again. Texans looks like get Jaden Higgins, the wide receiver out of Iowa State, with their second round pick 34 overall. Now the Seahawks on the board at pick 35. It'd be interesting to see what Mike McDonald does here as he continues to kind of try and rebuild the Seahawks. They move on from Geno Smith this past season. They decide to dedicate a large portion of their salary cap to Sam Darnold as he kind of recouped his career over in Minnesota last year. Had a fantastic season. I think was fifth or so in MVP voting after the Jets drafted him and nobody wanted him after a few years of playing with the Jets. He was a complete disaster. But most players that are tasked with trying to lead the Jets. Just ask Aaron Rodgers. They were worse with Aaron Rodgers than they were with Sam Darnold. So it kind of tells you that maybe it's not just the quarterback that's the issue in New York. But Seattle. This is an important draft, I think, for Mike McDonald. He came out the gates hot last year, but I don't think sustained it throughout the year, and I think this is a big, big opportunity for him. Oh, my guy. Man, I just noticed you in here. Without further ado, and very thankful to have some help, Welcome back to the show, Jason Pruett of DRAFTPLEX. Jason, how we doing tonight, sir?
Say his name and he appears.
Man, I'm struggling. I'm trying to do stuff on my computer. It keeps like freezing on me. I'm trying to share
Dude,
the screen. I can't do anything. It's
I'm down a screen tonight. So I have two monitors here. I've got my laptop in front of me. I got my phone up here trying to watch things and my one over here, it's supposed to be a TV. So I'm like I had ESPN on there last night and it's like it can't connect to the network. So that's where I'm at tonight.
so I'm not alone. Okay, I'm not
So we're
alone.
so we're working on it, trying to get things pulled up here and getting caught up on these first two picks, Schlesinger and Higgins to the
Yep.
Texans there. So,
Yep. So we do see
but we're not here
some.
to talk about those guys, are we?
We are certainly not. Absolutely not. Now, I want to, before I get your take on, of course, Malachi Starks, I do want to get your general feel for how the first round went. Was it, what were like your biggest surprises, your biggest, what did you see coming a mile away and it ended up working out that way? Kind of give me your general take of the first round overall.
Well, I wouldn't say that second part. This is, and it was funny because, going into this, and I think I mentioned it was like mock after mock after mock. It was two consensus and two, like everybody's in agreement. This is exactly what's going to happen. We had some shifts here late.
Mm-hmm.
You started to see a few players that weren't in that top 10 mix initially. And then we just thought, oh, there's been no trades. Not a first round trade right up until the draft started. Then all of a sudden it's like, oh, Cleveland,
Right
oh,
away.
Jacksonville. Okay. So that kind of started it off, and I think we kind of, we were still kind of in line in terms of like who was being taken for the first five picks. Now the teams flipped, right? So everybody's kind of good. And then at six, you started seeing, okay, here's the variance coming, right? You know, uh, Everybody was on Genty to the Raiders early, then came off of it at the end, and then
And there
that's
he
where they went,
goes.
right?
Yep.
So, that kind of started it. Then you had, New York and you had New Orleans going for those offensive linemen. You had Carolina, who everybody was like Jalen Walker, Jalen Walker, Jalen Walker. And if it's not him, it's Michael Williams. And I was on that train too, right? And they go
Mm-hmm.
Ted McMillan, who we talked about. It's like he could be there late, right? You
Yep.
know, and Carolina wanted him. And then you just started seeing, like for me from the mock draft side, I started seeing guys I had late in like the 20s, and now they're coming into the teens, and then everything's getting thrown off. It makes it fun, right? Like I had a good time last night when the Cowboys drafted Tyler Booker. I
I
mean,
bet
y'all
you
know that's
did.
my guy, right?
I bet you
So
did. I
I was
bet
like,
you did.
the mock draft, the burn it, burn it. I posted on Twitter. I was like, burn the mock draft, baby. I got my guy.
Yeah, you don't even care anymore. And I know Jimmy was shocked that he went as early as he did, even though there were some rumblings. You mentioned it last time we had you on that he was kind of starting to creep up draft boards, and there was talk that
Yeah.
he could get up into the top 15.
Even
But
higher than that, I heard something from one of my guys that was said New Orleans at 9. And I
wow,
think that might have been the play if Banks wasn't there. Because he
wow,
told me after I posted my mock draft and he asked me a couple questions and I sent him before I posted about it. I had published it but kind of kept it quiet. And he's like, Saints are out on Tyler Warren. And if they weren't, obviously he was there, and it wasn't just because everybody thought he was going to New York. He didn't. And
hmm
then he said it's Booker. But then at late he said like if it's not Booker, it's going to be Banks because there was a big shift to Banks to the Raiders at at 6 at the very end. Everybody that you saw like Daniel Jeremiah and you know I forget who was the other ones were that started putting Banks and he was
Ooh.
nowhere in there.
Oh,
What are we
Eman
seeing?
Worry goes to the Seahawks as Mike McDonald is looking for Kyle Hamilton 2.0. He had him in Baltimore, and he said, you know what? That was fun. Let me go get another Kyle
Bro,
Hamilton. What do you think?
that was my pick for them. That was what threw me off in the first round. I said Wari, and I was for that exact reason. You look at their safety lineup and you look at what he had, and it was like that makes perfect sense. And then they
Mm-hmm.
took Gray Zabel, which also threw me off because that's who I made the turn at the 11th hour for the Ravens. I was like, well, I need a spot for Gray Zabel. This is where he needs to go. And that threw me with Starks. Starks was still in the first round, but I was like Eagles, Georgia, player
Yeah.
that falls, and
Yeah.
that didn't work out. But yeah, that fit makes perfect sense exactly for the reason why you said.
Mm-hmm.
Emery. I hope I get some like post draft credit. I know in a couple of them that they'll give you that, but nah, that's not surprising to me.
No. I mean, big, fast, strong, can
And where
tackle.
where did they come from to get that?
That
They came up to 30. I'm on the ESPN tracker, and it's not updating, but I'm gonna put the NFL one on just so I can keep up with what's happening here.
Yeah, I haven't
So they were
seen.
at 50 and 52, so I'm sure it was one of those.
So we've already seen. Yeah, we've already
Yeah, so
seen movement here.
they
Holy.
moved off of 52.
Okay. Yeah. So this is and now the Browns back on the clock at 36 because of the trade with Jacksonville when Jacksonville got up to get Travis Hunter. So man, they have an opportunity here. I mean, they go defense to start. The question is, do they finally switch sides and address some of the offensive holes on the roster, or do they continue to drill down on the defensive side? It's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah,
It looks like the announcement's coming out here in
I'm
just a moment.
interested to see if it's a quarterback. And in my day two, I did not give them Shadeur.
And if it is a quarterback, is it definitely Shadeur?
That I don't know. I
Because
think
some are
it could go
predicting
either
he's
way.
the fourth.
Well, I had him at fourth. I had Cleveland taking Milrow
Yeah,
because their
exactly.
OC was his OC at Bama when he had a better year, and
Wow.
it's Judkins. So there goes my Cowboys pick. The Luther Burden train. I hope it can
Look,
last 8 more picks.
you can't have it all. You got Booker. You can't have it all,
uh,
Jason. Stop
I'll
it.
take it all. Now Travion Henderson, I was like, I don't think he's going to get there. I think Chicago's the minefield for him. Um, but no, it's good to see like a couple of these names that like Emery, Schwessinger, like we talked about, was kind of late first round possibility, and
Mm-hmm.
he goes right there at the top of the second. I don't know that much about the Browns, like off the top of my head. I'd have to kind of review. I don't think I had linebacker for them, but I think I mentioned this. Like, I don't. There's a few teams I don't like mock drafting for because I'm just not that close to them, and I don't know like how to. It's always like that's always like the dumping ground for somebody I don't know what to do with.
I got you. Quinshawn Judkins is the second running back off the board in this draft. So only
Third,
one in the first round,
no,
right?
third,
Oh,
no.
third. I'm sorry.
Genty and Hampton both went.
Hampton.
Hampton
That's
went
right.
to the Chargers.
That's right. That's right. Forgot about that. Yeah, and it's like immediately you look at him as like a 1,200 yard rusher just because of the team he's going to.
It's a good fit with them too because like where I saw them was getting more like a power back, kind of a
Yeah.
hammer because they have Jerome Ford, who I liked a few years ago. Like I liked him a lot better than where he got drafted. And then they have Pierre Strong. That much I know because I was looking at running backs for them during today's mock as I was putting that together.
Well, we gotta get to it. What's your kind of scouting report? Tell Ravens fans about Malachi Starks. What's your thoughts on the pick at 27?
So you have a very decorated college player, All
Mm-hmm.
American every year. So first team, junior and sophomore, freshman All American, as his first year coming out. Didn't test well, and so who does that sound like?
A Raven. Sounds
So
like Terrell Suggs, Kyle Hamilton. You name.
exactly. So this is a tape, this is a value pick, right? Like we talked about it. Like this was the type of player that was going to get to the Ravens. And he's basically another quarterback in the secondary, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yep.
he's also very versatile, can kind of play everywhere, good in run support, good against the pass. Kind of did everything at Georgia. Didn't have the best year, which is why when he started the process, everybody was thinking top 15, but ultimately he ended up kind of trending towards late second. Could he or late first? Could he go in the second? Um, so I think you just got a smart, tough leader quality player in the backfield, and you pair him with Kyle Hamilton, and very very quickly, Ravens are going to have a top safety tandem. Like a few games in like that, I think that's going to be readily apparent. This is, these Georgia players have been through the wars. I don't think they're as banged up as some of the Bama players had been over the years. We saw like Jihad Campbell go last night to Philadelphia, and there's some medical concerns with him. As far as I know, there's nothing of medical concern with Malachi
Very healthy,
Starks. It
very
was
durable.
only the testing that kind of lowered people. And of course, the safety position, right? So, but
Yeah.
we talked about it. It's like some of those positions towards the end of the first round where the Ravens are always picking is like you can get the best player available at positions where the value maybe not is there. And he was the first safety off the board, and probably rightfully so after at the end of the day. I know I mentioned I liked Kevin Winston Jr. He was
Hmm.
hurt. I didn't really have Watts in the mix for that top safety. Emery obviously tested out of the world, out of this world, and we saw maybe that's not everything, right? I had a couple of spots for him, which was Indianapolis, because that's what they go with. They like the traits and the testing, and they were kind of dead set on getting a tight end, and they got their guy, but Seattle ended up taking him, and as I explained, like, and as you could tell, like that's a fit with Mike McDonald because that's the
Hmm.
same type of player that they can install there. But the Ravens have, I think, a better kind of partner. I know there was some people that had kind of put Emery as a possibility with the Ravens, but uh, Malachi Starks, I think, is a better complement to Kyle Hamilton.
Yeah, yeah, and I think that's why ultimately he was the guy. I think they're confident he can play center field. I think they're confident in he can man up if need be. But ultimately, I think what this mainly does is a defensive player of the year. If you got odds on Kyle Hamilton for next year, put the money on him because this is going to allow Kyle to just do everything. He's
Yeah,
going to
that's
fill the box score. Like he's going to check so many different stat box. He's going to have sacks this year, interceptions, forced fumbles, tackles for loss. He's going to be an absolute nightmare. But what I like about Malachi, man, he's one smooth athlete. Like the
hmm
way he can
that's the other
turn
thing.
it,
Very fluid.
yeah, like incredibly fluid athlete. And another thing that I think Ravens fans have been wanting out of their safeties really since Ed Reed has left is ball skills. And what I saw on tape, that dude looks like he's got some ball skills. That interception against
hmm
Clemson alone, I mean
The
that
body
play
control
alone,
was like a receiver.
yeah, like I mean to have that body control, those hands, and the fluidity to turn his hips and run with the guy. I think that play alone shows you a lot about what kind of athlete they're getting. He's got
hmm
the, he's a former track guy, so even though he ran a 4.5, I think he's faster than that. He certainly looks faster than that. Uh, I do think he, at times I saw some, pursuit angle issues maybe.
hmm
But I don't think he's a bad tackler by any stretch. I think he's a good tackler. He just had some over aggressive pursuit angles that maybe got him in trouble at times. But man, I love this guy loves ball. Like I love his
hmm
play mentality. He's aggressive. Again, a ball hawk. It is about as smooth an athlete, and you couple that with a crazy high IQ and instincts. I think this guy's got a chance to become, like you said, I mean, make this duo of safeties and really trio if you include Ardarius and the player he is
Yeah.
into a pretty formidable group.
Yeah, you mentioned that. Not a perfect prospect, right? Otherwise we
Yep.
probably would be talking about him even with the testing in that top half of the first round range. But no, I think you'll be happy with it. And like you said, like one of the things this does open up because of how versatile Malachi Starks is, that opens up them a lot to do things with Kyle Hamilton that they maybe couldn't have done with a player that can't kind of play both of those roles. So
Yep.
I wanted to kind of I know there's some people asking questions. I want to ask you, like, are we tipping picks or anything? I don't want to like spoil anything for anybody that's watching at home. I'm seeing things kind of live here, but I
Yeah.
can't see or hear anything that's happening like what would be on like a TV feed. So I just want to be sensitive to that for people that kind of want to
Well, I'll
hear
say
us
this.
talk but don't want to spoil it. You know?
New England's on the clock right now at 38. So you can talk about anything before that.
Okay,
Uh,
Jonah, my guy. That's my other
yeah.
guy, man. I was so disappointed when I was like I watched him on tape. It's like I love this guy. Like he was kind of my underneath Tyler Booker. Like I was like I want him in the first round, but like I saw nobody there. They talked about the foot speed and that sort of thing. I was like, well, he just looked like he looked quick, like to me when I watched him, and I'm happy to see him go this early because I think he's a really good player.
Okay. Yeah. I know the Ravens fans are not going to be necessarily thrilled seeing interior offensive linemen
All
start
right.
to go off the board. I hope that's not a trend that we see because uh, I think the Ravens still have that is their, I don't know. It's hard to say what's their biggest area of need. But I think you'd be hard pressed to find a bigger one than interior offensive line. You could maybe say equal as edge. You know, a lot of people's cornerback to me is interesting because some people really believe in Awuzie as a viable depth piece enough to where you're not as desperate. And all that hinges to me on his health. And how can you bank on that? I don't think you can. So in my opinion, you can really only bank on two corners that you feel great about, and that's Wiggins and Marlon Humphrey. So I still think corner is a pretty big one. And with that being said, what the hell is wrong with Will Johnson? Why is he still on the board, Jason?
Let's talk about it. I saw MD in Texas. Shout out to you for asking the question. So Will Johnson, and I didn't get to this information until late when I started seeing it. So obviously he didn't do much during the draft process, right? And so there was concern with the injury coming out. What ended up happening is that the reports are that he has kind of, I don't want to say it's degenerative, but it's a long-term concern with the health of his knee. I did read a report on it. I don't remember where it came from or how accurate it was, but it had something to do with procedure that was relative to something that had been done on other athletes before, and like the return rate on them coming back to, a comparable level was, I think, with beyond kind of that margin of error that you like. It was more like a 70% kind of thing. And so could he be fine? Sure. Are teams willing to take that risk yet? Apparently not. So we're approaching top 40. I want to touch on the other thing you mentioned as far as the Ravens picks and the needs too. But as far as Will Johnson goes, I have him going to the 49ers here in a few picks at 43 because they were connected to him in the first round at 11.
Okay.
And obviously he got past there. He got past a few of those other teams in the teens. And then, slipped completely out of the first round. Where you start to get that discount is the second round. And I speak from experience as a Cowboys fan. They call it the Blue Star Special here because they always take somebody that was hurt or was out the year before. And sometimes they have inside information on that, or the doctor did the surgery. I really don't know in terms of like projecting a range now for Will Johnson. He very well could go there. He could go to Dallas the very next pick because they have been linked to him. But after that, I don't know where the spot is. And somebody mentioned Morrison.
Yeah, are they the same now?
What's that?
Are they similar buckets now with both having injury concerns?
If it's a long-term kind of thing, like I've heard that Morrison, he kind of checked out, but still, we talked about the hip, but this is the second hip.
Yeah.
Apparently it was like, I think in high school where he had it, I think with the other one. So I think that's concerning. I still think he's, a second round pick, but he may be closer to the third if he doesn't fall out of the second round. Because obviously talked about the tape's really good. Like if he had clear medicals, I think he's a first round player all day. But that's concerning.
Another running back goes Travion Henderson to the Patriots at 38.
I didn't see them. Well, I mean, I saw them kind of looking at running back, but I thought somebody might come up for him.
So is that's you like that?
Interesting one. I like it. I don't, obviously they had a need at the left tackle. So they took Will Campbell. But man, like we talked about it, like in the beginning, it's like, is there an outside chance they take Ashton Genty? Mike Vrabel, Titans, Derrick Henry for all those years. Obviously, Baltimore now, like that was what they did. They ran the ball, and Henderson is. I call him a feature back, but I think he works better in not in a committee, but at least like there's a 1-2 punch there, a thunder to lightning type approach.
Yeah,
they kind of had that Ramondre Stevenson.
Yeah, exactly.
A bigger back, right? They have Antonio Gibson, I believe, is the other one, and then I don't know who's further down their board. I don't have it up in front of me, but I think that's a good player to have in partnership with Drake May.
So he can run routes, Jason.
Exactly. And he can block. That's probably Vrabel's on the table for the blocking.
Did you see that block?
I didn't. I'm not sure what I'm watching because I don't have ESPN or network on. I've got the
just flattened a blitzing linebacker. Holy.
Yeah, this is the best pass blocking running back in this draft. And he
Wow.
might be one of the better ones just kind of right out of the gate in the league.
Holy smokes. Yeah, it looked like it. That running back did. I mean, the linebacker didn't know what the hell hit him. Holy smokes. So Travion Henderson goes. Now we've seen 4 running backs go already, right?
Yeah, we may get into the run here, but I'm not sure. I think Caleb Johnson might go either, Chicago might be a possibility, Dallas might be a possibility, then we might see a little bit of a lull. I think those are the top 5, and I think everybody's might be keying on if you're needing a run back to get those. Otherwise, they might be like, okay, these running backs are going, let's go somewhere else because we can get one tomorrow. And this is a deep, deep class for running backs.
Now, what corner looks like they're kind of slipping a bit. Now, obviously, we talked about the ones with injury concerns, but there's more on the board with Amos, with who did I just? Oh, Ravel, and
Yeah.
I couldn't help but notice you weren't as high on Maxwell Harrison, unless I'm mistaken.
No,
But
I had him as a 1-2, and I had him in my final first round to Green
you
Bay at
did
23, and
okay.
he went 30 to Buffalo. So he was one I moved up towards the end because you started getting that smoke that like teams like him late in the first, and that's what happened. But
Gotcha.
yeah, I think this is going to be the range for Trey Amos. I think maybe New Orleans is a possibility. Maybe I don't know what the Jets need, to be honest. San Francisco certainly would be looking at somebody like him. Ravel had the ACL this past year and is coming from East Carolina. So, he kind of checks the boxes as far as like the size and the length.
Hmm.
But obviously, you have the injury concerns, which so has been reported it pretty much checked out, and he should be ready to go by the fall. Um, but yeah, I think he's another one where he probably would have went in the first round if everything was clean and if he was able to play this year. But he only played I think a couple of games, so that's kind of where we are. But while we have
Mm-hmm.
a little bit of break, going back to the Ravens as far as like fits and positions, cornerback, I think, is a possibility. You mentioned Cheeto. I think he's kind of the serviceable starter type where like he fills a hole, but he wouldn't stop you from going in that direction in the draft if you had somebody there value
Yeah, more
wise.
of a depth guy.
Yeah, exactly. Spot starter can hold down the job, but if there's competition, you hope whoever you draft, if it's early, is going to beat him out. Um, and then as far as like I saw edge as being a
Hmm.
value, and then
Yeah.
getting the guard in the third round. So I gave you Oladejo, I gave you Ratledge, and I think that's kind of that's been kind of my thread through this was, Starks until I changed it at the last minute, and then the edge, and I didn't give you Oladejo in my 7 round. I don't remember who I actually put there. Um, but him and then Ratledge was one of the players that oh, now I remember who I gave you, but then I went against that, after the fact. Um,
Yeah,
so
Oladejo,
Oladejo's
I would not be upset at all if this guy is ultimately the second round pick for the Ravens. Now, obviously, still a long way to go, and I wouldn't be shocked at all if we start to see a run on edge because I think what's your thoughts on why do we still see Mike Green, Ezaraku? Like, why did these guys fall out of the first?
Mike Green. There's a couple of things. So he has the off-field that I'm not sure everybody's comfortable with. So it's
Couple domestic violence,
two
right?
no 2 cases of SA,
Yeah. Oh,
um,
yeah. He's
and
out.
and that's why I was like, he's probably not going to the Ravens.
Yeah. No,
Um,
no
and as
chance.
we've seen, the teams that would have been or were reported to be comfortable with whatever red flags might be there was Atlanta, who ended up taking Jalen Walker, who's probably the complete opposite of having any kind of like football character or personal character concerns.
Right.
And then they took James Pierce, who we talked about is a little bit polarizing for more football reasons, and Mike Green is more off-field reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how far he goes, I have no idea because I thought, well, to be fair, I had him at 33 to Cleveland because there's some things that are going on there that they seem to be okay with,
Yeah.
right, wrong, or indifferent, and pretty publicized with the quarterback, right?
Yep.
Um, but you worry about, what is there to that? And I also think this is, over the course of, this process, I don't know if we touched on Isaiah Bond from Texas. What we kind of joked about was his
It's
40
40.
time,
Yeah.
but then there was some stuff that came out, and then him not retaliating, but in response, filing a lawsuit about the allegations. I don't know what's there, to be
Mm,
honest. Like it's
mm,
kind of at this point a he said she said kind of situation.
right.
And so I did see he's fallen out of off of boards, out of mocks,
Damn.
and so he almost might have been in 10 years of doing this. I was literally about to put like a white bar because I'm like, I don't know what to do with this guy. He could still get drafted where he goes. He might not get drafted at all.
Damn.
So that kind of thing, and especially at least in this draft, it seems like that's more prevalent in terms of like teams wanting to do their research. It's not, somebody started joking about at the end with Shadeur. It's like they're not going to draft him because his teammates didn't come to his birthday party on
Right.
draft day. But, that's probably why Mike Green is there. I don't think it has anything to do
Yeah.
with the on field. Yeah, he went to Marshall, but he was super productive there. He had a really strong process. That's got to be what it is.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything medical.
What do you think about this pick? The Bears go back on offense. They get another pass catcher. They get Luther Burden
That's a good,
after
yeah,
Colston Loveland in the first round. They're obviously building around Caleb Williams. They bolstered the offensive line through free agency and trade, and now they spend their first 2 picks putting weapons around them. You like Luther Burden to the Bears?
yeah. He wasn't going to wait very long tonight. I think that's a good fit for him. Somebody NFL mock draft database. My guy Denny, who's from Chicago, he pointed that out. They're lacking a third wide receiver, and so that's a good fit with Roma Dunze
Yeah.
and I forget who the other one is there.
Well, they
But
don't have
yeah,
Keenan Allen anymore, right?
no, Keenan Allen is currently a free agent, I believe. So
But when you got Cole Kmet, I mean, I guess are you just running a lot of 2 tight end sets?
yeah, apparently, again, not being that familiar with everything about his offense, but what I did see was that like Colston Loveland's a better complement with Cole Kmet because Cole Kmet's more of an inline guy and Colston Loveland's
Mm,
more of a move. And
okay.
so like there was some smoke about Tyler Warren to them at 10,
Yeah.
but yeah, he does do a lot of 2 tight end stuff. Obviously, we'll probably want to run the ball. And so I think that does make sense. But yeah, you're building around the quarterback, building the offense up. The defense is in really good shape. They did a lot of work on the offensive line,
Oh
which
yeah.
was why I was kind of like towards the end there was a discussion about them having like Kelvin Banks on the on the radar for number 10. I
Mm-hmm.
didn't quite see it. Like there's some sense to it because I guess their current left tackle Braxton Jones is coming off an ankle injury. They drafted Kieran Omegadaje from last year, so he I guess didn't quite live up to a third round pick last year, but like they had some good things to say about him. So maybe that's less of a concern there, and they just want to add weapons, which makes total sense. Get that offense built up and score 40 points a game. I don't know, you know, but
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, they did do a lot of work, kind of rebuilding that offensive line, and then that was really where I was looking for them. Like I think safety is probably still a need here, possibly here at 41. You could see maybe Xavier Watts,
Yeah.
maybe Winston, but I'm
Oh wow. New Orleans gets Tyler Shook. What?
whoa that early. Wow, ahead of Shadeur, ahead of
Ahead
Jalen
of
Milrow.
Shador
That's who I
and
had them going with in the
Jalen.
third round was Tyler Shook because they've done
What?
homework on him.
What? Look how
That's
far down he is
wild,
on here.
dude.
They got Riley Leonard and Will Howard rated above Tyler Shook. I
Yeah.
mean,
I mean,
and
I
isn't
think
this guy old as hell? Yeah, he'll be 26.
he'll be
What
26.
the hell are we? What are they?
It's the second round. People like the tools, and he fits
26.
better than Milrow's not there. Shadeur, I don't think is a fit for Kellen Moore. That's why we talked about Jackson Dart being more of that profile of your Jalen Hurts, your Justin Herbert, your Dak Prescott, kind of bigger, more mobile guys. And then Tyler Shuck just has a lot of fans. Like he checks the boxes, but man, those flags of being old, being hurt, Some
Yeah.
of the stuff on tape is not great. But I thought he was a better fit for New Orleans, which is why I put them with him in the third round. So I knew
Wow.
they would probably take a
Is this a
quarterback.
reach?
In my eyes, yes.
I mean,
As I said, I had to grit my teeth and push him up the board because he was going to get drafted earlier than I would take him. I think this is a day 3 quarterback.
just read this blurb here. He's one of the oldest prospects in the class and has an extensive injury history, but his size and arm talent are adequate enough to earn him a shot as an NFL backup.
Adequate.
And a shot as an NFL backup, man. I mean, that's about as bad of a blurb as you could get. He's old. He's been hurt a lot. But if he really gets lucky, he can be a backup. Like, holy smokes, that is brutal. Wow, that's the pick. I mean, if you were sold on him, if you really wanted a quarterback, then I mean, don't you make something happen up here? I mean, I don't know, man. It just seems
your only concern would really be somebody.
Like, why not take Jackson?
Maybe the Rams, at 46 would be, because there was some talk about them maybe liking Tyler Shuck. So maybe they felt like they had to take him there.
Wow.
But yeah.
I mean, I guess he's more ready day one since he's old, right?
Exactly. He might be more of a fit in that way. I think, like I said, Shadeur, I don't think is a scheme fit or like a personnel fit that, these guys have their types who they like to work with. And I just don't. I like Milroe. I like the upside of Milroe probably more than any of these quarterbacks in this class. But he's not there. He needs to sit for a year or two probably and kind of probably learn how to play.
Yeah, like what if the Jets take Milroe and they just sit him behind Fields?
I don't know that I like that.
No?
I think Justin Fields, I liked him a lot coming out, and he's obviously bounced around at this point. I don't think you introduce that in that market, because if Fields doesn't pan out and it's just kind of create a stir,
Yeah.
and so like I think they're probably want to put a vote of confidence in for Justin Fields. I think, if I were to pick for them, I have them going with Mason Taylor, the tight end, because again, you have that, Aaron Glenn coming from Detroit where they ran a certain type of offense. I don't remember who the coach was that they brought over, but he's probably going to run something similar. And Mason Taylor is probably close to Sam Laporta in terms of a prospect profile. So I think that does make sense. There was some discussion about him maybe going late in the first. I know Philadelphia is one that I heard, and Todd McShay, I think, kind of raised that initially. But it did make sense. Like I had them in my 1.0 looking at Colston Loveland because of the value. And I think he's probably I have four 1-2s still left. It's Shadeur, it's Mason Taylor, Izaraku, who I'm mildly surprised is not gone yet, and then Trey Amos.
Well, the Bills just traded up here. Who do you think that they're attacking to make the move up to 41 and jump ahead of teams like the Jets and the Niners?
Let's see. Probably Izaraku. That would be my guess.
Yeah, they do need to, because they got who's the long arm young guy they got.
They just kind of parted ways with Von Miller.
Yeah, but who's the young guy they got? Oh, they got a young guy.
Bosa.
Yeah, they got Bosa. Okay,
they signed him for a year
when healthy. Yeah. I just had it out of Miami a couple years ago.
Rousseau.
Greg Rousseau.
Yeah, I think, did he end up? Is he still on the edge, or did they kind of kick him inside a little bit?
I think he's an edge for them.
You probably would have seen more of him than I have.
yeah.
They're kind of doing battle up there. So.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we see a lot of the Bills, unfortunately.
But I'd be fine with Izaraku there if they took him off the board. I'm trying to figure out who Dallas is going to take here. If Trey Amos gets there, I want them to take him.
I see Mel's got Trey Amos as the 9th best available remaining.
I think he could have went the late first. I mean, it was oddly enough, it was just the Bills where it seemed like he was going to be a good fit.
Now, see,
I don't think it's him. That would be to go Hairston then Amos, and they had just re-signed or extended. Was it Benford?
Oh yeah, Christian Benford. Yeah.
And they re-signed what's his name?
Let me see here. I'm going to trade.
Tredavion was I forget. He was there and then he got hurt and went to the Rams and he came back.
Yeah, we're going to do this trade straight up. 56.
I need to put up the depth chart so I can know who I'm talking about here.
All right, force that trade. Look at that. Look at me figuring this thing out. All right.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. All right, the Bills selection's being announced right now.
Tre'Davious White.
Tre'Davious White. Yeah, that's who they just signed.
Yeah.
Yeah, from the Ravens.
How much does he have left? I don't know.
0.
Yeah.
He had a little bit left last year. Oh, they get TJ Sanders, D tackle out of South Carolina.
Okay, that tracks. It's a little early for me for TJ Sanders, but
yeah,
I think that's kind of a good fit for them.
Oh, here he is. Okay, let's throw him up here. Okay, he's a young guy, 6'4", 290.
Yeah, it's more of a 3 technique. Like I think Grant was who I was looking at them in the first round, but he went really early to the Dolphins at 13. I don't know that anybody had him going that early.
Okay, so is this guy TJ Sanders? Is he more like a? Is he going to be a sack getter, or is he more?
I think more of a push the pocket type. Like I think
Okay.
one gapping type. I at the tail end. So like I have these position designations where if it's like guys that are 3 techniques, I put them as a DTR, like an interior penetrator rusher type. And those are usually the smaller guys who aren't going to fit like a Ravens defense where you need, bigger bodies, more length, and that sort of thing. And he was one that I had as a DT, and I thought about going back and putting him DTR. I was like, I'll just leave him as DT. He's probably fine.
Okay.
But so, you got some modest sack production there. So
yeah, 5 sacks last year, 19 hurries.
He probably doesn't have the burst of like an Ed Oliver,
right?
But it would be a good rotational piece for them. I don't know who they would have next to him. I think they probably have. Was it Daquan Jones or?
Yeah, he's a decent player. Yeah,
one of them. There's 2 guys that were from Penn State, and I always get them confused with you. Daquan Jones.
Yeah, it was Daquan.
Yeah. And they also took Dwayne Carter last year, who was, I think, maybe a top 100 or close to it. He might have been a compensatory. I don't remember where he went, but it says 3rd round on the R-Lads depth chart.
You know what?
They also picked up Larry Ogunjobi, who I think was either in Cleveland or Cincinnati last year, but I think he's suspended for the first 6 games.
Right. Yep. Yeah, I think he played for both those teams. But I do think it will be, and Eric DeCosta even touched on it, and almost like a warning to fans to not be upset. He talked about how there's a likelihood that a lot of these safeties that you had, ranked just behind or right there with Malachi will likely slide to 59 and be available. And yet they still chose, and even with that in mind, they still chose to go with Malachi. Do you expect Winston, Xavier Watts? Are these guys going to? Do you think they'll be down there at 59?
I feel like Watts goes before then. Winston might make it there. I just think Watts is kind of more of a ball hawk type, and I feel like somebody within this range is going to like him. Winston obviously may get a little bit of the injury discount. But man, it's
6 interceptions with no touchdowns allowed. Oof.
Yeah.
How many interceptions did he have? Like he had a bunch over his entire career.
13, right? I think was the number.
That's a lot in college.
We can do some fuzzy math there with the stats, but I feel like 13 was the number.
Where is the see, it doesn't show me his interceptions like it normally does.
Wow, okay. Is it maybe in the little write-up?
Let's see.
I could pull it up too.
But yeah, I know he had in the teens interceptions for his career, which you can't overlook those kind of numbers in college when they don't play nearly as many games as they do.
13 He had seven in 2023 and 6 in 2024.
Like that's not by accident to have that level of production
No, it's
taking the
funny.
ball away.
It looks like something clicked between, redshirt sophomore and junior because he was 0 until the last 2 years and
Just
then got
exploded.
13.
That's crazy. Yeah. So that's why I had him in one of our mocks, and people say that's too early. It's too early. But that's what we need. Like, and we needed that type of a center fielder to complement what we already have in town. But
You want to take another one?
no, I think we're good. I think we're good. Although I will say, our Darius Washington's obviously in his last year. But no, I think that would be
That's a little rich.
that'd
That's
be
a
a
little
little bit
rich
of a
to
luxury
double
pick, I'd
dip in
say.
the first and second at safety. I think didn't the Jets do that a couple years ago? They did.
Oh, who
There
was
was
that?
one from Florida, and
Yeah.
then who was the other one? I don't remember, but it was like they
Yeah.
went safety then safety, and I was like, okay.
Yeah, it's a bit of a head scratcher. But this Will Johnson pick, man, it's screaming like this is the type of players
It's
the Ravens
screaming
likes too.
Dallas
Like,
to me. It's
you think
screaming
so?
Dallas to
Okay.
me. I'm getting a little concerned here
Oh
because
man.
that's I'm not gonna say it's Jalen Smith territory, but man, it
No.
makes me nervous
But that was an
to
obvious, like, I mean, that injury, right? Like, everyone knew that Jalen would never be the same player, right?
I I, I don't know. Maybe because their doctor did his surgery,
Right.
and maybe they had a little bit more insight. Now, where they took him was probably still a little rich, right?
Mm-hmm.
They probably, but I won't. I won't claim the mentality or the approach that my front office does
No, you're
in
not going to
terms of
jump.
taking. It was a great moment for him, obviously, because he was talked about as like a top 5 type of
Oh,
player,
he
and
was
he never was
amazing.
the same again.
Man, he
But
was so fast. Oh,
yeah,
there he goes. I think you called this, Jason.
yes,
You called it. Mason Taylor, tight
I
end,
got
goes to the Jets. You did call it.
I got to toot my horn a little bit about that one.
Yeah, yeah, you nailed that one. Wow. So a lot more tight ends, I think, have gone to this point than I was expecting. At least, what's that? We're up to 4 or 5.
That's just 3.
Is that 3? Am
Mm-hmm.
I tripping? Hold on.
Arroyo's still on the board.
Oh yeah.
Then we
Maybe
still
I
got
thought Arroyo
Harold
went.
Fannin.
Okay.
Yeah, let's
So this is
do
number 3, Mason Taylor.
let's do a little post about this one.
There you go. Yeah, you got to brag a little bit. He had 55 catches on 79
Gotta take
targets
them because I
last
didn't
year.
I didn't get many of them last night.
Only 2 touchdowns though as a tight end. Of course, on an LSU team that I'm sure is rich with talent. But here's what I like, Jason. He's only going to be 21 years old when this season starts. Love getting young guys. He obviously has not even realized his potential, not even close from even a physical standpoint, as we typically grow until we're, I think, 22. So this guy hasn't even done growing yet, but he's already
Yeah.
6'5", 255, and has
He's
played 3 years of SEC football.
Yeah, he's a nice player.
Yeah.
He's a nice player, man.
Yeah. Now the Niners, I think this has got to be a big draft for the Niners, in my opinion, with all the lost talent they had with their window that seemed relatively open, just slamming shut by every passing day. They're right now considering committing 40 plus million annually to their quarterback Brock Purdy, who many believe was only successful based on his surrounding castmates and not because of his arm at all, which I think is debatable. But they have had a mass exodus of talent. They replace D tackle. They get D tackle Alfred Collins out of Texas with this pick. What's your take on Alfred Collins here?
Big boy.
Yeah.
I think he came out. He was 332, and but he can move a little bit. They obviously need defensive line help. They like a certain type, like kind of bigger, longer, and that kind of describes Alfred Collins. I don't know how much pass rush, but there's some potential there, I think. And this was about the range I think we saw towards the end. He was somebody that was connected to Miami, which I think would have been, they were at 48.
Replace Calais Campbell.
But yeah, these defensive linemen are going off the board early. Tyleik Williams was the big surprise for me last night. I didn't see him go in the first round, but Detroit, and they had like a bunch of defensive tackles, so I was kind of surprised to see that.
Yeah, but and to your point, only 3 total sacks in his career, so definitely seems more like a disruptor in the run game. Even though he does have a respectable amount of hurries there for a D tackle at 17 and 18 in the last 2 years. But yeah, I mean, it says down here a bit slow, disengaging from blockers. And I guess that's certainly going to hurt your pass rush ability if you're slow at that.
Yeah, so I actually had him a little lower, to be honest. Like I had him as a 2-3, and I think on my final top 100, I had him at 68.
It's not a horrible reach.
Yeah, I like Darius Alexander from Toledo better. I know some people don't like that he was at Toledo in the MAC and didn't have that kind of production. He was kind of like the defensive tackle version of Shamar Stewart, where there's a lot of tools there, but the production wasn't quite there. And I think I think he might be turning 25 or may already be 25. Yeah, there you go. So
you're telling me. Oh yeah, 25. Yeah.
So, you know, it is what it is. I like the players I like anybody does. And Alexander was one of my guys.
Yeah, I mean,
not quite Tyler Booker, my guy. But
yeah, I mean,
he was one of my guys.
I know you were just. I mean, it stunned the whole room, Jason, when Booker's name was announced, and Jimmy was obviously distraught. I think it's fair to say.
Distraught so much.
And I think the unfair part was that in every daggone PFF mock draft simulator, Booker was there at 27, and I think that's what.
Yeah, I got a bone to pick because I saw Arif Hassan, who puts the consensus board out, was like the consensus board said that Tyler Booker was the biggest reach. I was like, it's because that consensus board is built on bad boards, brother.
That's right.
I was being diplomatic at putting him at 15. I was ready to put him at 5 on my board.
Damn. Now, how can you do that and then say he's not Quentin Nelson when I asked you if he was Quentin Nelson?
He wasn't going to go there. He wasn't going to go in the top 5.
But as a player, it didn't seem like he was, in your opinion, Quentin Nelson. Is that fair?
It's a different type of player. He's a little bit heavier, a little bit, more mauler type. Like Quentin Nelson is that, but Quentin Nelson, I think there was a lot more athletic ability there. Like I think Tyler Booker has that, not quite, but as far as like what I saw, like in the attitude, the leadership ability, qualities and that sort of thing, like that's a player that I like.
Okay.
But that draft again, I go back to kind of like what am I drawn to? Running backs, guards, right? That draft was Saquon, Quentin Nelson, 1 and 2. How much sense does that make? And I don't even remember who went first in that draft, but those were 2 guys that Saquon eventually got there this past year. But
well, Jason, your team, the Cowboys, are on the clock. What are you hoping for, and what are you predicting that they'll actually do? Because I think they're different.
I'm starting to see stuff now.
All right.
What I would have hoped for would have been a running back, which, there's still some good backs here. I'm not going to force that pick now. I put them Caleb Johnson in my final Cowboys mock. I call it Drafting Dallas. So I do a 7 round just for them. I actually do a write-up and everything. And I was like, if they get wiped out of those first 4, they could press for Caleb Johnson. That would be a little too early for me. I liked him coming in, but like the 4.62, some of the stuff about the tape, not quite. I would have hoped that Judkins or Henderson got there. Burden was an outside possibility. I kind of see who they are probably going to get. And so I'll wait, if everybody's kind of waiting to see what that's going to be.
There we go. The pick is in. It's about to be announced here.
This is going to be good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Maybe for me.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I like to hear that. All right. Here he comes. Who's this guy? Got a mean man bun on the back of his head.
Oh, yeah.
He definitely plays or used to play. Oh, is that? I think that's Frederick.
Travis Frederick?
I think it's Travis Frederick. Yes, it is. Look at that. I know him by face. I know Cowboys players by face, guys. Okay? I'm a Ravens fan.
All right, I'm missing.
Oh, there he is. Okay. Okay, so Ezeraku goes.
Ezeraku.
And he was one of the very highest rated left on the board, at least according to PFF, 17th overall, in fact, on their board. Smaller outside linebacker, but it looks like he can certainly get after the quarterback. What's your thoughts?
Technician probably has the best pass rush arsenal of anybody in this class.
Wow.
The concern obviously is he is a little bit smaller, but and I won't call him Micah Light because I think they're two different types of players, but he can do some work as a pass rusher. The run stopping ability, but they do need an edge. Clearly, they've got one. They took Nealon last year, who was a little, banged up this year. You hope he's going to be a little bit better this next year. And that's a pretty smart pick, I think. I think you put him, you put Micah. We want to see what they're going to do on the defensive line. I wouldn't rule out a defensive tackle. There's a deep class, so maybe they look at somebody later on in probably day 3. If they go there, I don't know if I see anybody in the 3rd round. Maybe Darius Alexander if he gets that far. I don't think he's going to get that far.
Man,
but yeah, this is
quick.
out of who's there. I could have seen Will Johnson. I'm kind of happy they didn't go that way.
Yeah.
Trey Amos would have been a good pick.
Man, I'm liking what's falling though.
Ezeraku over Mike Green. Again, we see it. Mike Green was kind of consensus 1st round. Maybe edge number 2 behind Abdul Carter, depending on your thoughts about Mykel Williams, who at this stage everybody thinks more of a run defender.
Right.
And then Shamar Stewart, which total projection.
Yeah, exactly. No production.
Lots of tools, but total projection. And Ezeraku kind of got some buzz towards the end of he could go mid 1st round, and we get him mid 2nd round. So that's great value.
So far. The building in the trenches, you seem like you're happy with their draft so far, which I think surprises you.
I'm happy with it. I feel like if I were to say what they're doing, I think they're going best player available. So I've heard they've got plans in place to maybe do some things with some guys that are still out there on the street. So maybe they're not forcing picks to fill needs, which is the way to go. If you're going to build a roster out, you go with the best players. Best player available at a position need obviously is helpful. But sometimes you just got to look at who's on the board and think, well, we can't pass this guy up.
Yeah. If they're if they're just too good of a prospect. Oh, okay. So now we're going to start to see some edges go. We see JT Tuimoloau.
JT Tuimoloau.
Yeah, that guy.
To the Colts. Interesting pick.
Yeah, where
he's
is...
good. He's good. He's somebody obviously that I think, maybe not flashy, but it's a really good player, really, sturdy player, played a lot of football. The Colts are one of those teams that has almost always traits and almost always projection. Last year they took Laiatu Atu from UCLA, who I don't know that he quite put it all together this past year. But I think Tuimoloau. I don't know. I'm sorry. I would have to pull up the beast to get the pronunciations. I think he's kind of like he can just drop right in and start him. I don't know that they have to, but he's going to be somebody that can jump in there, which is funny. Shades of Quiddy Play, and that's who they have.
Yeah. I guess that is true that he must be similar because they like both those guys, but. Yeah, JT ultimately goes. Man, a lot of Ohio State players have already gone. We saw 2 of their 3 running backs, or two of the running backs go in 3 picks earlier in this round. Man, that's a wealth of talent.
In the 1st round, they had Donovan Jackson in the 1st round.
Yeah, they have been well represented thus far. So it's at 3,
especially on that defensive line. They've got a couple of good players that are
Josh Simmons. 5 and Tyleik
Williams. Yeah, that was the other
6. 7. I'm up to 7, Jason. 7 already. Looks like that's all it's going to be.
Yeah, I don't think there's any more after that. But yeah, 7 players in the top 45. How ridiculous is that?
It's like no wonder they're good. I mean, geez, their whole damn team goes to the NFL. And if they're not, they're just going to go there next year or the year after that. But okay, we're getting a little closer, folks. We're at pick 46. Ravens again pick at pick 59, unless they make a trade, which Eric DeCosta was asking about making a trade and how close he was to potentially doing so. And he said, look, I don't think the data really supports trading up, particularly in the 1st round. He's not a big fan of it. And that's why typically he will sit back and wait for the guys to drop to him. And thus far, it seems like it's always done that. You know, a guy seems to always drop right into the Ravens' lap for whatever reason. And a lot of times it coincides with the position of need. So that kind of works out in their favor. But on the clock now, the Rams, they're saying they need tight end, tackle, linebacker, and corner. Who have they gotten? Let's see. Thus far, there we go.
They haven't picked yet.
Oh, that's right.
They traded out. They were the.
They were number 26 initially.
Was it the Giants?
Yeah, they traded out.
Were they the Giants?
Oh, with the Falcons.
Oh, the Falcons, right, for the Pierce trade. That was a wild one too.
Yep. Yeah. So they got 2 edge, right? The Falcons.
Imagine if they didn't make that trade and Mike Green is still on the board. Burned a first-round pick next year to move up for Pierce.
Yeah.
And could have gotten. Maybe they'll take Mike Green too. They need that edge rush help, and then they've got Jalen Walker behind that. Like, that would change your defense.
Yeah, it certainly would if you can get the owner to sign off.
But Atlanta is way down the board now. I think they
don't
pick again until late in the third.
Yeah, well, Mike Green might be there, depending on the severity of these accusations.
Yeah, suppose he didn't shy away from addressing it. I don't know that the whatever answers maybe were given behind closed doors were good enough.
Maybe.
So let's see.
Let's see.
I'm going into the comments because I want to ignore people that are spending their time watching us talk about these guys, and they've got some things to say too. So kind of going back. Let's see. Deshaun, Ravens will draft a DE from Oregon or edge rusher from Arkansas. So that's probably Jordan Birch and Landon Jackson. Bigger kind of length type guys. Birch is kind of interesting because I think he's a little bit of a tweener, but in a good way, where you can move him inside a little bit. DeAndre, 59 pick, needs to be Mike Green, Trey Harris, Mississippi, and then Higgins was already picked. Yeah, I think we talked about Mike Green. He might be off the Ravens board.
Yeah.
I think that will be.
Yeah.
And then DeAndre says, let Justin Fields and Sanders battle at QB. That would be fun. That place would.
Dude, if it's not Hard Knocks, then there's a problem. Okay? Yeah. I need that to be on Hard Knocks. What's going on, Tanja? Appreciate you joining us. Lisa Ann, appreciate you coming out. Tanja wants to go D and O-line and Ed. So edge and offensive line is clearly still an area where. What's that?
Oladejo.
Yeah. Yeah, that's who you had in your mock, and I think it looks like he's going to be there. At least, I mean, unless something crazy happens, but and whenever you need to take one, whenever you need to, Jason, you're good, man. I appreciate you.
I'm going to step away just for 2 minutes,
and then
I'll be right back.
I'll put you in timeout. Got you. I got you in timeout here. But looks like the Rams pick is in. The announcement is forthcoming here. Okay. Michael Brockers. Man, I liked Michael Brockers as a player, man. I thought one of the more underrated guys. Of course, always outshined by Aaron Donald. And I think even in his final year, that was when Von Miller was there as well. So I think he's always been a bit outshined, but I think he's a heck of a player. Let's see what the Rams do here. First time picking in the 2025 draft after trading out of the first round. Initially picking at 26, trading out with the Falcons back to 46. Let's see here. Terrence Ferguson, another tight end, this time out of Oregon. Let's pull this guy up, see what he's got. And again, I'm happy. Keep coming, tight ends. As many tight ends and running backs as you want. You saw that run at running back. I'm loving every second of it. I'm loving this. I hope we see quarterbacks galore. This is awesome. But let's get back to the player, Terrence Ferguson, 6'5", 255, senior. Only 22 years old, though. So obviously not a guy who took advantage of any additional years he may have been able to. Not much of a blocker, but who is at least to start coming out of college nowadays, right? Like, it seems like if you want to develop into a blocker, okay, that's on you. And we've seen plenty of guys, even in Baltimore, do that. But if you're getting drafted in the first couple rounds, you're not known for your blocking as a tight end in college football. You're certainly known as a receiver, and that's why you're getting taken this high. And you can always work on. Look, you're 6'5", 255. If you can't block, it's more of it's a want to. It's a willingness or a lack thereof, because there's frankly no excuse at 6'5", 255, a guy who's still growing. Rotler thinking Sanders is going to the Cowboys. I can't wait to get Jason's take on that when he gets back with us. But yeah, Terrence Ferguson, tight end out of Oregon, goes 46 to the Rams. Cardinals are now on the clock in a big year for them. I think a big year for them and their quarterback. The pick is in. They're not wasting any time running this selection up to the podium. Let's see what we have here. Because, yeah, a big year for Kyler Murray, I think, to kind of silence some doubters and prove to people that if you put the right team around him, he can get you to where you need to go. I'm not so sure I buy into that 100%, but there he goes. Will Johnson, cornerback out of Arizona, finally off the board after many had him. I don't know if anyone had him outside of the first round in the mock drafts until the last moment when the knee issues became more prevalent as far as concerning teams and could cause a slip. But, I mean, if you talk about just talent, he's as good as they get in this draft. I think that was a hell of a pick by the Cardinals. Obviously, a team out in the NFC West that's going to deal with they did just get rid of – Seattle did just get rid of Metcalf, and they don't have Tyler Lockett anymore. So, I guess you got Jackson Smith and Jigba and some others. But, they're bolstering their room. And if healthy, if that knee is not degenerative like some are predicting, if that knee is something that can get back or at least, hold up for the next 10 years, then they got one hell of a player because knee injury aside, he is an absolute monster. So good. Shout out for them. Shout out to the Cardinals for taking a chance on a hell of a player. Could pay off, or he could have knee issues for his entire career and flame out after his first contract. You never do know. They go Walter Nolan in the first round out of Ole Miss, the D tackle, and they go Will Johnson out of Michigan. Well, we have another trade here, ladies and gentlemen. Las Vegas Raiders are trading their pick to the Houston Texans. Let's see here. Pick 58, I'm assuming, is what the pick exchange will be. So they're dropping down 10 picks. We're going to force this trade. And so now the Texans are on the clock. The pick is immediately, of course, in. Man, who are they going for? The Texans, they say they need help at wide receiver. They need help at offensive line. Let's sort by those two. Now, of course, that's what PFF says their needs are. It doesn't necessarily mean that is what they are, but let's see what they have at those positions here. I'm going to just bring offensive line and offensive tackle and interior offensive line. Okay. So they could be looking to get Kyle Williams. I think I'm going to guess Kyle Williams here with and mainly because of the injury to Tank Dell. I think they realize they need to have a complementary piece opposite Nico Collins, who I think is one of maybe the most underrated receiver in all of football, a guy who's 6'4", who can separate. He can win at all three levels. I think he's one of the best players and consistently gets overlooked and underrated across the league. But Kyle Williams, the home run threat that he is, would be an excellent complement to him. Don't be shocked at all if Kyle Williams is the pick here. Also, they could be looking at tackle. If they want to just try and protect who I think had a bit of a setback year, C.J. Stroud. I would say a disappointing year, maybe. Not maybe a setback. Maybe that's not the right word. But a disappointing year, a year after really taking – everyone said this is the next guy. His first year, everyone said was fantastic. His ability to read coverages, to stand in there, deliver the throws was incredibly impressive for a young guy. But last year, I just don't think he played up to he's not on that same trajectory he's on. I think he leveled out a little bit. Now, he's obviously a young guy. He can certainly flip that around. But let's see what they do here. The Texans pick is in, but looks like we're a little bit a ways from announcing. So let's look at it from the Ravens' perspective. Guys, let me see in the chat here. What's going on? Let's see. Tony, what's going on, Tony? Appreciate Tony coming out here. Legend E. Yeah, the Texans. So, oh, that's right. You're right. My bad. The Texans did take Jaden Higgins earlier, so maybe not so concerned with receiver here. Maybe I was incorrect in saying. Here we go, Jason. Get back. We're gonna get Jason back in here. Appreciate you. I was initially saying, hey, maybe this is the spot that Kyle Williams goes, but I totally forgot that they just did take a wide receiver Higgins earlier in the draft out of Iowa State. So,
if
what do you
they
think?
go with who I gave him in my day 2 mock, this could be a spot for Ursary, the Minnesota tackle.
That's who I was just hovering over. That's funny. I did have it sorted by offensive line earlier and was hovering over him as the possible, because it looks like offensive line is their most glaring weakness as of now with the Higgins draft, and 6'6", 330 pounds. Whew. Is he what's he, a right tackle?
He's a left tackle, but there was some talk that maybe he could slip inside to guard. They signed Cam Robinson, obviously veteran, not a long-term solution.
Yeah.
Traded away Tunsil, obviously, to the Commanders.
Yep.
They were kind of linked to liking Tyler Booker at the end of the first, possibly Donovan Jackson. Missed out on both of them. They were also allegedly calling around to see about trading up, possibly to get Kelvin Banks. So they're in the market for offensive line if they do go in that direction. This could also be probably defensive line. I think that's a possibility. I still think Darius Alexander, but you see guys, still on the board. Mike Green's still on the board.
Yeah.
I don't know what they might think about him. I'm not sure.
But Scorton.
Scorton, I think, might be a better fit for them.
Mm-hmm.
Oladejo, I don't know that I'm quite there on for them as a possibility, because you have to think they have Will Anderson, they have Danielle Hunter, so they've got guys in place there. So maybe that Oladejo would be a fit, because he's, I think, more still of a developmental edge, like he's just a little bit into playing the position.
I don't like to hear that. Okay, I thought that guy was coming to Baltimore.
He's a quick study, but like he came from playing off-ball linebacker to that, and I don't, if we're being fair, I don't think he's as developmental as I'm kind of implying here. But he's somebody where you might see a little bit of the growing pains. But obviously, there's, I think, a lot to work with. Whereas somebody like a Mike Green's probably a little bit more polished as a prospect. But again, we have the off-field to contend with there. So
big time concerns. Okay, here we go. And you called it. You called it.
Did I get that one too?
You got that one too. They go the tackle. They go tackle here, and it, like Jason said, the trade of Laramie Tunsil was an obvious. It made it more obvious that was the position that they were going to be targeting. But this is a team that had quite a few needs, and so there was no guarantee. But Ursary, is it Ursary?
Ursary, yeah.
Yeah, Ursary. Looks like he's going to be their left tackle. In their case, I'm sure they're hoping for the next decade here. Looks like they got film of him up right now going up against Mason Graham and completely eliminating him, at least on that rep.
Yeah, he had some good tape. Like, I think from like a testing kind of profile standpoint, there's some stuff there, but like he might be your last like day one ready to start left tackle in this draft.
Wow, and that makes sense why they would go up and get him, right? Like they go up, they get the guy ahead of. Let's see who's picking after him, because typically that's an indication that they expect. And look, the Bengals are always on the look for offensive linemen. Although I will say they do got a decent couple of tackles there, so maybe they weren't the team that was going after him, or they were looking to leapfrog, and maybe it was one of these other teams afterwards. But man, the Bengals on the clock, and of course, as a AFC North member here in Baltimore, these picks are always a little bit more intriguing here. I see celebration in the front. Jason, do they do that because of the cameras? Or do you think there's genuine, like, is there anything real about that?
I mean, I think there's some. I think there's some that maybe probably a little overdone on day two. Like if you get somebody that falls to you in the first round that you would have never thought was going to be there, like, yeah, let's get a little hyped about it. But like, we're not quite there on day two. But hey, it's all for entertainment, right?
At the very least, you got to do it for the optics, right?
Yeah.
Wow, Demetrius Knight out of South
Let's
Carolina.
go.
Why do you like that? Tell me why.
Because this was the guy that was like starting to slip out of like top 100s. And I had to kind of come around to him, and like what I was seeing wasn't matching up with like what I was seeing reported and testing and that sort of thing. But in the end, I'm like, linebackers will get drafted. Despite this is not a good class for linebackers overall, there's always at least 5 or 6 that are going to get drafted. And this is one of them that was going to go in the top 100. Now, this is a little early for me. I thought maybe third round. So he's kind of the first one in my 3-4 section that's going. But I'm not surprised that we're seeing him get his name called tonight.
Now it shows here, but it doesn't tell me what this age is. But he says he'll be one of the oldest prospects in the draft. Do you happen to know?
Let me look in the beast here.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned if I try that my computer will freeze again, and
No, let me.
I don't want you being in here alone, Jason.
Yeah. Hey, tag me in. We'll
tag
the show.
Tag
Age 25.3. So let's see. Maybe he just turned 25. Yes, it just says older player will be 25 on draft weekend. Yeah. So maybe he just turned 25.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's not a young. So they go Shamar Stewart round 1. They go Demetrius Knight Jr. round 2. Obviously, a commitment to the defensive side of the ball, and that makes a lot of sense because holy shit, they gave all their money to the offense, and really just 3 players on offense in Burrow, T. Higgins, and Jamar Chase, who are all 3, of course, fantastic players, but you can't just expect to beat every team 52-50. You got to try and stop someone. And so obviously they're going to seal up their defensive holes using the draft. They get 2 guys in the front 7. We'll see. I'm okay with this. I don't mind them bringing in a 26-year-old. I mean, when the year starts, I'm not that upset about that, honestly. All I see right now is the next highlight reel for Lamar Jackson, and Demetrius might be on it getting shook out of his cleats if they're not tied tight enough. So I'm okay with that. And, of course, I got to bash any Bungles pick. I got to.
Yeah, there's a chance that happens, though.
There's a chance. No matter who's approaching Lamar, there's a chance.
He's a little bit more. I personally think he's a little bit more of a downhill type.
He looks it.
Yeah, so kind of straight line,
Yeah, looks like once he gets moving ahead, there's not a lot of change of direction. It looked like from the clips I saw, but very brief.
Can't say I'm in love with the Bengals draft, to be honest.
You can say it as much as you want.
Yeah, I'll say it in this audience. Like, man, not what I would have done.
Now, what don't you like about Shamar?
But to be fair, I still think it's projection.
Yeah.
They may have to start being put in the bucket over here where it's like, who's the guy that's big and athletic and tested really well? Because they took Mims last year, the tackle.
Yeah, that's right.
Gigantic tackle.
6'8" or something. Yeah.
Yeah, and then Knight here, which I said think he's a day 2 player, but this was a little rich for me. But if they like him, all good. But I just think that at least coming in, he felt like more of defensive line, maybe a guard. Like I had them going Jonah went a little higher.
Already gone,
right?
Yeah.
So he's not there, so he can't really do nothing about that. I don't know that there's another second round guard that I would take here. I know we talked about Ratledge. I think Ratledge is a little bit more third round.
Yeah.
Marcus Bowe could have been a possibility. I think he might be a possibility for the Seahawks here. I also think Darius Alexander might be a possibility for the Seahawks.
Yeah, the
and
Seahawks.
If they get that, I'm going to be happy with it because that was one of my mock draft picks for them.
Who was it?
Darius Alexander.
Okay.
The Toledo.
That's your guy, man. Yeah, you like that guy. I love it. You got to stand. You got to stand with your guys. But yeah, Demetrius Knight. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. They have a starting middle linebacker who's an absolute tackling machine. Who broke Mark Andrews' ankle on a hip drop tackle a couple years ago. What's his name? The starting middle linebacker.
Bengals.
Yeah.
It's either Jermaine Pratt or Logan Wilson.
Logan Wilson. Yeah, I think Logan Wilson is a good player. He's not the most fleet of foot, but he's a smart player who tackles anything he touches, he puts down on the ground. How can Demetrius get on the field? Are they going to run 2 linebacker
Well,
sets?
I think that at least what I saw is that maybe Pratt isn't long for Cincinnati.
Okay.
I feel like I saw maybe earlier in the offseason something about him kind of requesting a trade or something like that.
Well, he
So
wants
he
to go to a
might
good defense. I don't blame him.
possibly
You know,
so.
he wants to go.
Possibly.
All right, Seattle's pick is in, about to be announced.
Let's get it. And then it looks like
Oh,
there's going to
Sean
be
Alexander.
another trade here with the Broncos
Ooh.
to 51
Ooh.
with the Panthers. So the Panthers are coming up.
Who are the Panthers targeting?
Panthers could be Mike Green.
Yeah.
They
Like
took
we can't handle it.
Ted McMillan early. Where is Marshall at?
South, right?
I feel like it's like somewhere over there.
It's like Alabama or something, or
Marshall Thundering Herd football team. Anybody in
somewhere
the chat know
in
where
the
Marshall
South.
is? West Virginia.
West Virginia.
That's kind
Okay.
of in that area, right? So
Well,
maybe they have a little bit more inside information that
well, I'd love to see this, Jason. Another tight end goes, and as many tight ends that want to go can go, because I know the Ravens aren't necessarily with the room they have picking, although they are all on expiring contracts. What's that?
Did somebody take Arroyo?
Yeah, Arroyo just went to at 50 to the Seahawks.
Okay.
What do you think about him?
I had them kind of thinking tight end. Good player, has a little bit of injury kind of baggage. So as it says there in cons, only 1 full season starting also. I think he's definitely more of a move type tight end, not somebody that's going to be in line. But I know a lot of people really liked him in terms of analysts. Like some liked him over Mason Taylor. I thought Mason Taylor was closer to Colston Loveland than being closer to Elijah Arroyo, which is why Elijah Arroyo I think ended up at like 60 on my board. So a little early for me, but I kind of had him pegged to go to 55 to the Chargers. I think they would be in the market for a tight end, but maybe not at this point.
Man, we've had do they not still have Noah Fant?
They do.
Wow.
I think he might be one more year. I'd pull up Spotrac, but it always seems to go really slow for me. And it's I've got a lot running here too. So
I got you.
But
I do think
the rainbow wheel.
yeah, don't do it. It's scary. But Arroyo goes to a spot where maybe not the most glaring position of need with Noah Fant, who I think is one of the most athletic, and he's a pretty talented pass catching tight end. But like you said, expiring contract, a guy who's probably going to get paid handsomely when he's up.
They don't have much behind him either, though, in terms of tight ends. And as you know, like kind of, maybe Mike McDonald from history, a little bit more to tight end type stuff, but between the two of them, they need another type of option than what they have. So maybe that gives them a little bit more flexibility, obviously having, JSN, and then they got Cooper Kupp.
Yeah. For a deal, I thought.
Yeah. So
all right. Well, this is your
pick, Nick Scorton.
Nick Scorton goes to the Panthers. They trade up to get him, in fact. So obviously a guy they value and thought, man, we can't let this guy slip any further or we're not going to get him. 6'4", 285. I love that he's a young guy, 20 and a half years old. I see 4 sacks, 8 sacks the year before.
Mm-hmm. But A&M has something to do with that too. That's one of the things I started hearing about. It's like these guys weren't as productive in that defense for whatever reason is going on there.
Myles Garrett came out of A&M, right?
Well, yeah, but that was several years ago, and they've switched regimes a couple of times since then.
Gotcha.
So the way that defense operates, because you heard that about Stewart, which again, take it with a grain of salt. But you also had some stuff about Walter Nolan, because that's where he came from too. So like Nick Scorton was really productive last year with Purdue. That's where he transferred from, or portaled. So. I don't know, whatever they call it.
Yeah, free agency.
Yeah, college free agency. We should just call it that, right? So I think there's more there than what meets the eye. To quote Optimus Prime. Because he was a guy that actually, like, entering into the process, a lot of them top 15, first round. 51. I felt like when I watched him, this was more of the range. I know a lot of people liked him like further back than this, but I think he's a good player. I think he's like a straight defensive end type. He's not like for everybody. Oh man, I just saw it.
So Olufemi
That tracks for them
Oladejo.
though. They needed that. The
Yeah.
Titans.
Yeah, that was a good pickup for them. I was just starting. You see, I let you get me excited about this guy. I
Yeah.
don't
So
know why.
what are we gonna do now, Glenn? We need to start. Let's
Oh.
talk about it.
Yeah, so Oladejo goes to the.
Shador?
Come on, stop it, stop it. No, I mean, look, I think
Not with
corners.
Cooper Rush.
Yeah, yeah, exactly, exactly. We all good there. No, I think that corners still an area of need. I know a lot of people are still hoping interior offensive line is the. So let me pull up
For
edge
Tampa,
as
or what are we looking at
well.
for Tampa? Who Tampa's looking at? I think Tampa might be a spot for Trey Amos. I think Mike Green might be a possibility here. Um,
Yep.
I think they were a little bit connected to Zaire Thomas, the Florida State corner.
Oh
So
yeah.
I think this is probably a cornerback. I think we might start seeing a run on these cornerbacks here in the next few picks.
Well, the Bucks already go wide out with their first pick, right?
Yeah, they went Emeka Buka,
Emeka Buka out of Ohio
which I didn't
State.
really see them going wide receiver. It was mostly defense. So I think that's where we're probably looking here. I think they were pretty okay on the offensive line. Maybe that's third round.
Hmm.
So, like I said, I would look at possibly Mike Green finally coming off the board
Hmm.
for Tampa. Then we got Trey Amos. Trey Amos is still there, right?
Yeah, right here.
I'm a little bit surprised that Trey Amos is not off the
What's
board.
the knock on him? Why do you think he's here?
I just think it's maybe just the corner thing. Like I think maybe this was always his range was mid second. He started getting some late first, kind of late in the process.
Hmm.
Um, but he's got good size, good, like press coverage ability. So I honestly couldn't tell you.
Hmm.
I think maybe it's just where it is. Maybe one of the things, kind of the narrative, and a lot of the things I was listening to was like it was going to be offensive line, it was going to be edge, where we were going to see these runs. And right now I have one tackle left that is in my top 60. That's Ozzie
Damn.
Trapillo from Boston College. I have one defensive lineman, and that's all front seven from edge interior. Darius Alexander, that's who that
Damn.
is. So
How
those
many
are the only
corners you got
two.
left?
But corner, I have four. I've got Amos, I've got Thomas, Benjamin Morrison, and Ravel.
So,
Those all top 60 corners that are still on the
uh,
board.
and how about interior offensive line?
Interior, I have none
So,
in
I
in
mean,
my top 60.
and then how many were at edge? None.
At edge, we have none. Well, Mike
So,
Green. Mike Green's the
yeah.
only one.
Well, I
And
crossed him off the
that's
board
an
for the Ravens,
asterisk.
but
That's not for Baltimore.
yeah, that.
Um,
So what you're telling me is that the Ravens are going to go cornerback here. I mean, that's the area. If you're
yeah,
an
you already got a
organization,
safety.
yeah, if you're an organization that wants best player available and especially wants value when you pick, seems like the best area of value is one of these guys right here.
It's gonna be corner. Darius Alexander, I wouldn't rule that out. Um, what about receiver? Do you feel
I
good
just
about
don't.
receiver?
I feel good about it. I just don't because you got Bateman, you got Zay Flowers, you bring
Yeah.
in DeAndre Hopkins, you still got Tylen Wallace.
So
Maybe.
we could dip into my 2-3. Like right on that fringe is Marcus Bowe, who's kind of an undersized right tackle who I think is going to go move into guard.
Okay.
That's a possibility. Ratledge is somebody that's kind of, hovering in that orbit too. He's not too far down my board. I think I ended up with him
Yeah,
just
Ratledge.
for lack of placement. It was like 76 at 59. That's not a reach by any means. I have him as a 2-3 in terms of like where I can see him going.
So at 27 in the second round, that's 2-3. Yeah.
Yeah. So, um,
But man,
yeah,
what I'm liking is that it seems like unless it goes corner, corner, corner,
yeah.
they're going to get value at corner potentially. And is there anybody? So outside of corner, I guess wide receiver. What do you think? Is Kyle Williams still in your top 100? I think he was.
Yeah, Kyle Williams, I think I ended with him at like 75.
I don't.
Which I
If,
like Kyle Williams. Like as
he's the
far as
only one I
receiver,
think is potential because of the deep play threat that I do think is slightly missing in Baltimore. That's the
yeah.
only one I would say intrigues me at 59, Kyle Williams.
Yeah, I don't think like like Jalen
Royals.
Noel.
Oh,
Royals is there too. Royals
yeah.
might be kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Um, Trey Harris, which is more the bigger kind of X type receiver.
Mm-hmm.
Jack Besh, who does a little bit of everything, might be kind of interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we see Io Manor this early. I started seeing him going a little bit further down. I still have him in my top 100, but some people didn't have him in their top 100 anymore, and I'm not quite sure why. But something to keep an eye on. Um,
Oh, the pick is in. Here we go. Getting announced.
oh,
The Bucks
we
go.
might start seeing the run.
Ben Morrison.
There you go.
Wow. So he's the first corner. How shocked are you that of the corners we just talked about, Ben Morrison goes before all of them?
I'm a little surprised by that. I thought Trey Amos had kind of, separated himself ahead of those two, him and Ravel that had the injury. And then Thomas didn't run well, so I think that might be pushing him down a little bit more. But I had him above those two because of the injuries. So,
Hmm.
um, yeah,
This is interesting.
Green Bay could go corner here. That I gave
Yeah.
them Maxwell Hairston in my final mock. I think Ravel might be a possibility for them, but Trey Amos I didn't expect to be there for them to take, so they might like him more.
Man, this is
Chargers, I wouldn't worry about too much corner. I think they might be. I think they might be defensive line. Defensive line are dipping into that next kind of wave of edge rushers.
and the team that worries me most is the one on the clock right now as far as corner. Seems
Yeah,
like they're the biggest one. And I guess the Raiders to some degree as well, huh?
they took Golden because I was
Oh,
gonna say they also need a receiver, but
yeah,
they
they took
just took
Marcus
their
Golden.
receiver.
Which is
But
crazy to me because Green Bay, correct me if I'm wrong, like I think about their receiving core is a bunch of young, good players. Like I don't
yeah,
understand why.
well, Watson was kind of like their guy, and then he got hurt,
Mm-hmm.
and so like they broke like a 23-year streak of not taking a wide receiver in the first round,
Right.
and that became kind of the running joke, and which was why like they're never going to do it, and then they have the draft in Green Bay, and they
And
take
they
the
do it.
receiver.
Yeah. And they do it. Yeah. But I mean, I think they got Wicks. I mean, I don't have their depth chart in front, but they got like four
Yeah,
good
they got
young
Dubs, they've got
receivers.
Watson, they've got Wicks, now they've got Golden.
And there's another guy I feel like that we're uh
Yeah, there's probably some Randall Cobb is.
yeah, Randall Cobb's still doing it. Jordy Nelson's still out there
Yeah,
catching
Jordy
deep balls.
Nelson.
Oh, look, speaking of Jordy Nelson, he's on screen right now. I
Is
believe that's
he?
Jordy Nelson standing behind Roger. I think that is Jordy. That's hilarious.
That's funny.
All right, so Roger's announcing it now, and here we go, guys. I'm certainly
Reed, Prescott Bowen in the chat. Jalen Reed is the other one. He's kind of, I guess,
thank you.
almost by
Yes.
default their wide receiver one. Let's
Well,
see.
we have addressed that already. I don't think so, Taj. I think corner's still a big need. I don't think you can count on a Wouzier being a number
Cheeto.
2 corner.
But Cheeto could be a bridge to somebody like Ravel.
Right, exactly.
Let him come along, make sure everything's good with the ACL, and then cut him loose. Like he might be ready to go. That'll give him a little bit of a bridge going into the season. You don't have to count on him, and but you're right. There's a lot of depth there. But if you're always kind of churning the roster, like do we know what we're going to get from a TJ Tampa or Cheeto
Yeah.
or whoever?
Armor
These
Davis. I think
guys.
we know what we're getting out of Armor Davis. He's going to get hurt. That's what he does. Drives me crazy. They're like, oh, when he's out there, it's like, well, he's never out there. There it is. You called it, Belton. I mean,
Okay.
let me
Yeah,
tell
Belton.
you. I mean, this is why he's on here, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, it's not
I
just his
like
handsome good looks, okay?
I like Belton. Belton's a guy that I actually liked a lot better, and I bumped him down at the end because I was like, well, I didn't get to him until the third round. I had him kind of solidly in the second, and here he goes. So
Man, six
he's a
six
good
three
player, and
thirty
like,
six. Whew.
yeah, it's a little bit of tackle guard versatility. Green Bay is very much a like best five. Like I thought maybe they could look at a center, but and the only one that would be here would be Jared Wilson. I don't think we're going to see a center until maybe middle of tomorrow.
Mm.
Jared Wilson would be the only one that probably goes at some point tonight. Um, but Belton is kind of bigger body, obviously, 336. There's, like I said, a little bit of guard flexibility, um, power, but he's a left tackle. So right up, we talked about my top 60. I've got two more here in the 2-3 range, which is kind of like, I think my 2-3 ends at 88. So like, I have 12 players coming from the 3-4 that are going to fill out the top 100. And so I have Charles Grant, who was a guy that's kind of been linked to Baltimore a little bit. He's probably somebody that needs a year or two of seasoning on the left side, coming from William and Mary. So
wow, yeah, I'd say he needs some seasoning.
So yeah, but maybe that's the remainder of the runway for Ronnie Stanley.
Yeah.
And then you have a guy kind of a successor in waiting right behind him. But yeah, I think
Grant.
Charles Grant.
There he is.
So they've got him at 95. I think we're going to see him a lot earlier than that. Maybe not this early, but
is he big enough? What do he actually measure?
Well, you got to go feed him.
Yeah, you definitely got to feed him.
What's the place there? The Jimmy's
Famous Seafood.
Yeah,
that's right.
Get him out there, get him some crabs.
There you
crab
go.
Cakes.
I don't know how much weight crabs are going to put on you, but we'll get you something. Oh, here goes the pit. Yeah, there you go. The Chargers go Trey Harris, wide receiver out of Ole Miss.
Okay, that's
surprise.
Not in the range. I kind of had them going Broncos, and then I think I ended up with him in the Chiefs, kind of in this late, in the 50s. They have, was it Mike Williams, who's kind of the same type of player. He left and then he came back.
Yeah.
So Trey
Harris, they got who's the young guy out of Michigan last year? Receiver.
Let me look here. I was just going to say
the young guy they had last year was a rookie for the Chargers.
No, they have Ladd McConkey.
That's who I'm thinking of. Yeah, Ladd. Out of Georgia. Sorry,
Roman Wilson is the one that went to the Steelers.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, Ladd McConkey is.
What's up, boys?
Guy. Hey,
there he is.
I've been waiting to talk to Jason after that first round yesterday.
I told him you were salty.
Dude, three guards basically in the first round. Who would have thought?
Hey, we'll take it.
Yeah, man. Wait, what pick are we at right now?
55.
Where are we?
55. So Ravens are 59.
They have what's this? Quentin Johnston too. Kind of not hands aren't his strength.
Yes, yeah, I think that's putting it lightly.
I think Trey Harris is maybe a little bit in that area. I think we talked about this really early on. Like Trey Harris is not really for me. I came around to the fact that he would probably go in this range.
He's got shaky hands.
No, Johnston does.
Oh, I thought you were talking about. I was like, don't tell me they're getting another guy like Quentin Johnston.
No,
oh goodness.
I just didn't see the speed, the straight line speed that Trey Harris kind of tested his hat. I didn't see him on tape being that fast. So he was more testing speed than tape speed, in my opinion. But again, I like running backs and guards. So what do I know?
Yeah. Now look, Chicago back on the clock after.
Can I say before we kind of jump in here?
Yeah.
Shadeur Sanders, Jalen Milroe,
Jimmy
both were the first round kind of conversation.
Isn't it funny how GMs just tend to agree with me?
Oh, here we go. I will say this. He said it right away that Shadeur is not a guy.
It's a second round quarterback, and it's like he's going in the top 3. It's like that's a second round quarterback.
Damn. And look, he's still on the board, even behind. I mean, Tyler Shuck getting put, that still blows my mind.
Tyler Shuck's going to be 30 by the time we get done with this draft.
Yeah. He really is. Like it's
like
crazy.
The Interstellar planet where, Matthew McConaughey just dropped him on there and he comes back and everybody's aged out.
It's like it's been 12 minutes. What the hell happened? Yeah, but Jimbo, to catch you up, I think what's got me most excited is there seems to be if we're following Jason's board, we're following a lot of boards. Cornerback seems to be the position that's slipping and could be falling right into the Ravens' hands. Trey Amos still on the board. Ravel, Darian Porter, Azare Thomas, all still very capable players, all still on the board. is that what you're kind of looking at, or is there another position that's getting you thinking?
My UCLA guy got scooped up a couple picks ago, didn't he?
Oh, we were talking about him all show, man. All show.
That's who I had him going with the Ravens. So
yeah, what's your take on Amos, Jason?
I like Amos. I think I've had him as a top 40 player.
Do you think he's a guy that we can? Because honestly, I mean, are we able to find right now, in your opinion, a guy that we can count on to come in and play as a starter?
He's the one, I think. We talked about Cheeto kind of being a bridge for Ravel coming off of the ACL. Azareye'h Thomas, I think, will probably at this point maybe go in the third. He didn't test very well. Like his 40 was like a 4.6 or a high 4.5.
Yeah.
Of the other guys, Porter is kind of a project. Like, he had 1 year production, former receiver, great traits. Jacob Parrish is more of a nickel. I don't think you need that. Noel Williams, I think this is way too early for him. And then Quincy Riley is the other one I kind of have in this range, and he's kind of more of a inside out type. But I don't think any of them. I think those are all third round guys.
So Trey Amos, is he a true outside corner?
Yeah. Yeah, he's a like kind of a press corner, and like we said, like size and the length.
I like the sound of that.
I think the PFF said something about his speed, but he was like a 4.4.
Now, Jimbo, Mike Green's still on the board. He's off the Ravens board, right? Doesn't matter when he's there.
Yeah, I think he's off the Ravens board. You know where he's going to go? He's going to go to the Chiefs. Because the Chiefs take these guys.
Happen, dude.
He probably
That's about
will.
To happen. I wonder. Washington, maybe.
Potentially. I mean, it had to be an organization that could handle.
He has to go in this last kind of Washington, Kansas City, Philadelphia. That would be very Philadelphia of them to take him.
Yeah.
Philly took the other safety.
That would piss me off. Oh my gosh.
What's that?
Who's the safety that Philly took?
No, they took Jahad Campbell.
Yeah, the linebacker.
The linebacker.
Oh,
Seattle took him and Worry.
Oh, that's what I was thinking. Yeah. I was thinking
Mike
that
McDonald
was
getting his Kyle Hamilton there.
Hey, is Landon Jackson not a good fit at this? I mean, not a good value at this pick, and would he really be what the Ravens needed edge, which is a pass rusher? He strikes me as a 3-4 end, more so.
Yeah, that's a lot of what he played. I think he's like a straight defensive end. Like, I don't think he fits like a stand-up rusher type role. He could do it, but like he's very tall and very long, and he's not gonna turn the corner. I don't think he can long arm some, but
no, we don't want that. We want a guy that can bend.
I wasn't quite as high on him as a lot of people are.
Wow, Seth Rollins is announcing this pick.
I wonder if they're gonna sing his song.
Seriously, oh my goodness!
All right, here we go.
This is your thing, right, Jason?
Yeah, but we acknowledge our tribal chief in this house.
No.
It's not Seth Rollins.
Okay.
I'm missing something totally.
WrestleMania last weekend, Seth Rollins was in a match with Roman Reigns and CM Punk, and him and Roman Reigns are like mortal enemies. And so Roman Reigns is the tribal chief, and that's who we acknowledge.
And was it Jimmy or Jay won?
Jay's the new world heavyweight champion.
There you go. All right, here we go. Seth Rollins is announcing it.
Yeah.
The pick is in. I wish he would just stop doing the wrestling bit and tell us who the pick is.
This is why I can't watch the draft anymore, because it's all just like circumstance. Like I would totally tune into the one where it's just reading the picks.
Yeah, me too.
Like the old school days where they just come up to the front of the room, read the picks, and we're done.
Who is that?
Ozzy Trapillo. That's my guy.
Is it? Okay.
That's a good pick for
Dang, I'm behind you guys.
Oh, he was the best remaining tackle according to PFF as well.
Yep.
Out of Boston College, 6'8", 309.
Big boy.
I'm still listening to this goofball bloviate. How am I so far behind? There we go. Ozzy Trapillo.
I'm just watching the tracker, and Glenn's watching the TV there. So.
Oh, okay. I see.
I couldn't get my other screen up going here to put ESPN on. So, and then I've got the Cowboys draft show on my phone playing, but it's just the picture of them, and then they respond to the.
Another trade.
Who do we got?
Denver trades their pick to Detroit.
Detroit. Let's see.
Detroit is now on the clock after taking Tyleik Williams out of Ohio State, the D tackle with their first selection.
Mm-hmm.
Who did they take? Did they have a second one, or were they traded out?
Yeah,
What
are they
teams at
trading
on this
from?
thing?
60. So they're trading up from 60 to 57. Interesting. Okay.
Jason, I gotta know though, was it as much as you like your pick, I'm sure, by the Dallas Cowboys, do you think it was a little rich?
Not for me.
Okay.
I was
It's
telling
just-
Glenn earlier, like in my final board, he was 15, and that's just because I had to be diplomatic and put him lower. Like I was gonna put him at number 5.
Yeah. Well,
Don't-
now I'm just gonna relentlessly tear his game apart. And
Yeah, don't.
My man's about to be in the Ring of Honor and get fitted for a gold jacket.
Damn, he's the next Zach Martin, huh?
It's
Zach
funny 'cause
Martin, Larry Allen.
yesterday-
He knows his
yesterday-
stuff too. He was talking about it.
Yesterday, Glenn and Ing Raven were talking about this at the end of the show. The show was over, and just talking about the YouTube world and how it's important to like embrace others and like build each other up, and how it's like community and stuff. Dude, I suck at that so bad.
About
I like
building people up.
understand it logically, right?
Yeah.
Like, but it's Glenn knows this. Like, if you're my tribe, you're my tribe.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
And if you're not, dude, you're just not.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, Ing is awesome. Like, he's part of my tribe. He's part of our tribe here. But like, my point is that in life, I'm making this transition to your pick now. I officially hate this guy.
Yeah. Now he
Like,
he loved Booker, and now he will forever hate Booker.
Yeah.
All because he's not here. You know,
yeah,
I love how
nothing that he
works.
can honestly
Hey, that's
control.
fair.
But I just, you know, I can't.
He's dead to you.
Can't find my. I'm not mature enough. I don't know if I'll ever get there, to be honest.
No, I don't think so.
Somebody's saying turn my mic up. Can y'all hear me? Okay.
Yeah, I
I
think
can
you're
hear
good.
you. I
Yeah.
can hear you. Yeah.
Sorry, Jake. I don't know. I'm doing my best. I put the settings on, so.
Oh, Jake, dang, dude. I'm up to date. My bad, Jake. Sorry, Jason. I'll double check it. If it's not sent to you, it's DK's fault. Then he didn't put your address in there. So I'll double check it because I'm up to date.
Yeah, I think
DK.
it's DK's. I think it's
Maybe he was just trying to get my attention so he could tell you about his T-shirt.
Maybe.
Yeah, man. Maybe DK
All right,
has it at his
Detroit,
house.
what are we doing? I need to
Yeah, can we not have these people
I don't wanna take-
up here?
I don't want to take out.
No. Why do we take one good thing and
And
just
ruin it.
pour gasoline on everything?
Yeah. Well.
You know, too much of anything is bad.
Okay, here we go. Tate Ratledge goes, Georgia guard, to the Lions.
There
So
he
they
is.
are moving on from their older, aging guards and replacing
This was
them
my
with a
number
young
2 guy, remember?
I
That's
know.
a good pick for them.
I know.
I went
This
in
is
the
the guy
settings
we
and turned
wanted.
it up to 150, so maybe you guys can hear me better. And why did
Sound
I waste
amazing.
my time on this? You're calling me draft nerd. Don't be an asshole.
Is that what he said?
I'm using my time to be on this show and hopefully entertain
That's
some
right.
folks and give you a little bit of knowledge. You don't have to be a jerk online.
That's
Yep.
right.
Get him. Get him.
We appreciate
Because we
it.
can very quickly go back to what Jimmy was talking about. If you're not in my tribe and I hate you, like, if we're going to behave that way, brother, I don't give a shit what you say.
Jason getting fired up.
Let's
Joe
go.
Eckert says, "What is wrong with Kevin Winston? He's a safety. Nothing's wrong with him. I get. Well, what's your thought on why Kevin Winston Jr. is slipping to this point?
Well, he had the ACL, so that's probably part of it. I think he's a certain type of fit. Like, he's not kind of a interchangeable safety. I think he's probably more of a strong.
Okay.
So, and then the safeties usually don't go. We usually only see maybe 5 or 6 in the top 100. And
Yeah.
so we've still got 42 picks to go and probably only getting, 2 or 3 more. So,
Mhm.
Yeah, Ratledge goes, man.
Hey,
Dang.
I was also going to ask you, I know this is more about the first round, but is there who did anyone bust your draft wide open last night? Like the North Dakota guard, did that kid do it for you?
that a little bit, because I didn't see Seattle going guard. I just didn't feel like they valued it that high, but there was a
Yeah.
lot of that happening last night. We talked about Green Bay drafting a receiver in the first round for the first time in 23 years. There was a lot of movement early on with players that I thought would probably go in the 20s, and then they're going in the teens. We had a lot of shakeup in the top 10, like that trade with Travis Hunter and Mason Graham, kind of flipping where each one of them would go, kind of threw that off. And then, I think there was a lot of like noise in the last week or so about different players going with like the Raiders and the Jets and the Saints and that sort of thing. And mine kind of got off the rails a little bit early, and then I started getting like the ones that were like further back getting taken really early, so there wasn't no chance for it to recover by the end of it. And then we started getting like Tyleek Williams, who was like 51 on my board going in the first round. I don't think anybody, there might have been like one or two mocks that I saw late that had him in the first round, so maybe they heard that from somebody.
Well, boys, Jack Beck goes number 58 to the Las Vegas Raiders. Beck is a guy.
That one in day 2 again.
Yeah, you brought him up earlier as a potential draft here in the second round. He goes in the second round, but who cares, right? Because all that matters, the Ravens are on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. On the clock. Who would have thought they could get Mike Green at 59 and just you'd win the draft from a PFF standpoint, that's for damn sure. But in my opinion, I would love if they go Amos here. Jimmy, what are you thinking? Talk to me.
Yeah, I think Amos is a good pick. Man, the edge position has been interesting to me because I feel like I was expecting more in the first round.
Yeah.
But now in the second round, a few of the guys that I like have been taken off the board. How are we at guard right now?
Well, I know Jason said there's no more in this range on his board.
What about tackle? I'm just interested.
Charles
William
Grant. Hey, William and Mary kid.
Now we've got Marcus Bowe from Purdue. Ratledge is gone.
Are there any of these guys you think that are slotted as tackles that could slide in?
Bowe,
I know Ravens fans don't want to hear that, but
yeah, Bowe is an undersized tackle. I've seen a little bit about Jared Wilson, the center, who maybe could play guard. From Georgia. And then if you go kind of into my 3-4 kind of range, you've got another Georgia guard with Dylan Fairchild. Miles Frazier is LSU, so he's been in a few top 100s. And then I don't think anybody else in this range. Like those are really the only two. Bowe would probably be my best of that group.
So based on, I want to get your take here, Jason, based on what you know about the Ravens. I mean, you do this.
Yeah, who they taking?
Yeah, what do you think they're doing here? Picks in.
Darius Alexander?
I think maybe Alexander. We talked about Ravel having a bridge with Cheeto. And I think he might be a better player. He would be higher if not for the injury.
6'3" corner. I like the sound of that, Jason.
Is this the guy, Jason, you talked about? He's converting from wide receiver. That was another guy. I think it was 6'4".
No, that was Porter.
Okay.
From Iowa State.
Yeah.
So this is who you're leaning, Ravel. So you think he has the higher ceiling of the remaining corners, Ravel, if given time?
I think so.
Okay.
He's got a little bit of a discount because of the injury, like I said, but he was kind of firmly in the first round mix, if not.
Did he run?
Let's see. We'll have to look in the
because it doesn't show it on PFF.
Let's look in the Beast and see if there's a time attached to him. Let's see.
Very explosive.
DNP. So
see, that's what. But when I see shades of Tariq Woolen as your comp, I mean, holy smokes, that's certainly a good comp. Good comp here. Oh man, here we go. We're about to find out, ladies and gentlemen. See if this
you're gonna find out before me. Dang it.
We're gonna see. Okay. Hey, Jimmy, after we take them, see if you can find like a highlight tape. I don't know if you saw how the show started, Jimbo, but I started everything and my computer completely froze, and I pulled it up on my phone to see that I was still live, even though my screen, everything was completely locked up. Luckily, I didn't say anything stupid because I was still very much on screen. And then I couldn't do anything, couldn't restart it. It took me like 5 minutes to finally get back.
Is it moving quicker?
Yeah, it seems to be doing okay now, but I'm scared to death to pull up anything. I turned off my second monitor and everything because I was too scared.
That's weird.
Yeah, so if you could, that way we could kind of play a highlight
Sure,
while
I
we
can do
talk
that.
about
I mean,
him.
you think we're gonna demonetize if I pop up YouTube?
Not as long as you have us on
Hey.
the side.
How
What's
about
that?
this? 2 quarterback sets with Milroe and Lamar.
Oh my God! Here we go. Again, we have Cooper Rush, man. We need no quarterbacks in Baltimore.
Running back. Just read
Yeah.
option all day with the 2 of them.
And the Ravens run the ball 63 times today and throw it once.
What is it, the wing T?
Yeah, old school. That's right. Oh, man. Oh, and they go to commercial. Why do they always go to commercial on the
Yeah.
Ravens pick? I mean, holy smokes. Yeah, I think as long as there's no audio, Jimbo, I think we'll be okay. And there's no like advertisements. Like if you don't play it when there's an ad, I think that makes it an issue. But yeah,
I got you,
man. So I'm hoping for me, I'm hoping cornerback. Or I mean, honestly, I'm going all defense again. I don't think the value's there for guard right now, even if you're considering kicking and tackling. I don't see the value there. So I think they go defense to start this draft and hopefully get better value in the third or fourth rounds to maybe find their replacements at guard. But right now it seems like a reach if they were to go there. So I'm thinking defense here, Jimbo, a strong defensive draft.
Yeah, I'm feeling that too. It would be fun to do something offensive side of the ball, but once again, a lot of it depends on how this thing falls, especially in Eric's case. He's not just going to reach for needs. So, all right, let's visit this one more time. If it's not corner and it's not Mike Green, is there another edge guy out there that you see value-wise, Jason?
Well, we get into kind of that second group. We've got, we talked about Landon Jackson. There's Jordan Birch, might be. We talked about being a little bit of a tweener, but in a good way. Braden Swinson from LSU, I think is in this range. Jack Sawyer, probably more of like a 4-3 end.
Yeah,
a little bit short armed, and then Princely Umanmielen, Ole Miss, kind of more of a designated pass rusher type.
Yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't feel like there'd be the value there. Do you have him in this range? Would it be a fair value?
I have him on the fringe of this range. All of these guys I just mentioned are 2-3s on my board, which means they're not in my top 60, and we're right on the edge of that. So
who's the best available outside of Mike Green on your board?
Let's see.
I guess it's hard unless you're.
No, I get it up. I just gotta get to. So it would be Princely.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I have him at 10 in the stack. Swinson, Sawyer, Jackson, Birch.
No, I mean overall, not just position.
Oh, overall.
Would that be tougher to do?
Shadeur is probably the highest.
Wow.
Well, you said it, not Mike Green. So of the 3 that are in my top 40, Mike Green I had in the ones. Again, off-field stuff excluded. After that was Shadeur, which I had, I think, him at maybe 21, kind of right there where Pittsburgh was going to pick. And then Trey Amos was like 37, I believe, in the final one.
Well, he's got Mel's best available. He's got Alexander, Amos, Wilson, Green, and Shadeur Sanders. Isn't that interesting, Jason? I think he's got a DRAFTPLEX up on his screen.
For real. Dude, is there any way the Ravens do this and pull the trigger on Green? That they just can't pass him by?
Not with the SA on his 2 essays in his past.
Yeah.
Allegations. Let's be fair. Allegations.
Like that's true. That's fair. But I mean, geez, they're going through just Justin Tucker debacle. There's just
that's
no
the
way.
only thing is like it just kind of draws more attention to that. And
the thing to me is that he's dropped so much that like it's not just the Ravens that are keeping him off the board because of Justin Tucker. It's like the Cowboys and the Chiefs haven't touched him. What's that saying?
Well, I think the Chiefs needed that tackle, and I think Josh Simmons got cleared, and like he was, if healthy, he's the best tackle in this class ahead of Will Campbell.
Yeah.
Damn.
They're right up here at 31, and like you said, coming right onto the show, like I think that might be the spot for him.
Yeah.
That would make me sick.
I said maybe Washington.
Get both those guys.
Washington has some stuff back in the that previous regime that kind of came out that was a little questionable. Well, it's not just a little questionable. Yeah, I'm trying to be diplomatic here, but
I got
at
you.
the same time, like there are some teams, like you said, like
Oh my God, they took Mike Green.
did they
They
do
did?
it? Wow.
They took him. They said, "I don't care."
They just wanted Malachi Moore, and then they're like, if he gets there,
Oh my God.
as we sit all
Dude,
day
you know what's
talking about
crazy?
it.
Shout out to Dr. Lamb. My dentist this morning called this.
17 sacks last year, Jimbo, albeit at Marshall. 6'4", 248. See if you can find a highlight reel for us, Jimbo, while Jason tells us about this guy. I mean, is this the steal of the draft, just player? And this looks like my draft on PFF when you were criticizing me.
Yeah, this was a player that a lot of people, myself included, was looking at maybe a floor of Atlanta at 15.
Wow.
Obviously some things happened. They took Jalen Walker. Mike Green, very productive, very talented edge rusher from Marshall. We've talked obviously a lot about, the off-field stuff, but on the field, like he he has everything you're wanting to look for except maybe like outstanding size. But it's not prohibitive, I don't think, of him being successful. Obviously, getting him here makes it even more, of a steal. You could have taken him at what 27, it would have been considered that. So I think the value here is pretty incredible. I think he does have some stand up and hand down versatility. And he's going to be a nice fit in terms of pass rush ability. So if you want to look at the
you guys
highlight reel,
got it all
guys
muted, right, Glenn?
Yeah, muted up. Yep. And as long as no ads play, we're good.
Oh crap!
You're good. You're good.
I don't know if any ads are going to play or not, but
well,
it's under 5 minutes. I don't think ads can play, right?
I don't think so. I think you have to have a higher minimum.
Yeah, but he can capture the corner. He kind of made some noise at the Senior Bowl.
Did you see him with Connerly?
Yeah, better competition. He just steamrolled Connerly. And Connerly's, 315 pounds.
Well, I think we went the opposite way of Dafe Owe on this pick, right?
Yeah, ultra productive. 17 sacks, the complete and total opposite. But yeah, I mean, Jason just said Connerly's maybe the best tackle, or probably was on tape the best tackle in the draft. Was that the Senior Bowl? What bowl was that?
Well, the senior, he was at the Senior Bowl, so he's at top 5 tackle mix. And he was somebody that maybe a lot of people thought could go a lot higher, and I don't think that highlight kind of did anything to kind of impact that, but it gave you an indication that okay, Mike Green is probably for real and not just Marshall picking on accountants and real estate agents and stuff.
Yeah. Well, and the thing too is that, I mean, I realize that's a small school, but I mean, everybody had to be looking at him every single play, you know what I mean? I feel like certainly there's something to be said about that, right? Instead of lining that, and this is not to discredit big schools, obviously, but you're lining up against a bunch of other boys next to you at Georgia, Alabama, something like that. It's like, oh crap. Well, it's like back in the day pitching to the Yankees and every single player coming up. It's like, well, can we get a break from a Hall of Famer for a second here, right? Yeah. But the thing I was going to say in this tape that's very revealing to me is, dude is violent, like in a prop. I'm saying that on the football field. Sorry. But like he's in a positive way here. My goodness.
The Ninja Turtle, Jimbo.
That's right. He's green and purple. Let's go, baby.
Chat. You can call him the Ninja Turtle. But, hey, Jimbo, I got to get your take because on paper, this looks like, obviously looks like the biggest slide of the draft. A talent that is top 15 by, I don't think anybody else didn't. Everyone had him in like their top 20. Most had him in their top 15. And look, Amos goes the very next pick to the Commanders. So obviously he was in discussions there. But with the Justin Tucker situation going right now, are you a bit surprised? Like, do you think that they must have some information that others don't, that nationally? Like, because they're dealing with Justin Tucker right now in a pretty sticky situation, and now they're bringing another guy who has some allegations against him.
Right. And I'm very surprised, and I want to give this kid a chance before I can form an opinion about him. Right, like he's a Raven, and obviously his allegations were what they were, and that's why I thought the Ravens certainly would not have him on his board. I think it in my mind, that made a lot of sense because of the repeat, right? Like you have it one stage of life, then the next, right? And there are allegations, to be diplomatic, like Jason said. So I thought that would just cross him off. But you can only go by what you know about the guy from, as close as we can get to him, right? So to your point, Glenn, a little surprised, but this, because to me, like when you get more money and power, it just puts a magnifying glass who you actually are.
Exactly.
So like we'll find out who he actually is, and not just him, everybody, right? So they must have done enough homework to feel good about this. I mean, it just simply must be that way. There's no other way that at even the 7th round, if they didn't feel good about it, that they take him, right? So they must feel okay about it. And I guess if the front office feels okay about it, I've got to trust them here that they've done their due diligence, done their homework, and they're ready to go.
Man, I think this is insane. Like I'm looking at your big board, Jason. You had him 16th overall best player in the draft, and I'm looking at everyone around him. There's nobody even close to him still available. Every other player. I mean, I'm still going down. I don't think you. How many? Where are you at on your top one? I mean, Shadeur is on there at 17 or 18, but outside of him,
yeah, I've got Shadeur, the only player in the top 40 left since Amos went too. So, and then we got in the top 60, Milroe, Jalen Noel, Darius Alexander, Kevin Winston Jr., Xavier Watts, Zaire Thomas, Savone Ravel Jr. Those are top 60.
Is that the biggest gap of where your board was, where you have him, and where he was selected? Is that the biggest by far? Like it has to be.
By the end, pretty close. Maybe RJ Harvey, who just went to the Broncos. I moved him out of my top 100 at the last minute, and now I kind of regret that because I thought he was gonna. I thought, there's a chance he could go.
Get it off.
What are we doing here, Jim? We've got new sponsors.
Sorry. No. I was trying to look up some stuff from Mike Green. So anyway, yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Well, let's throw this back up here. Who did Denver just take?
Denver took RJ Harvey, the running back from UCF.
Wow,
and they need to do everything they can, I think, to support that young quarterback. So I mean, if they think he's a good player, but so
yeah.
So now that we have a secondary player and an edge player. We need to build in the trenches, right? I think
Surf City guard, right?
Yeah, got to take a couple swings, right?
Yeah, I think so. Look, we have I have the notes here, Jimbo, of what we did with their 11 picks and what position grouping they need to get some out of. So they got one of the two necessary edge that we said they need to come out of this draft, and we got one of the two one of the safeties, which is wasn't necessarily the biggest need. We had 0 to 1,
right?
But so they got one edge, one safety. They got 9 picks remaining. I'm thinking they're hopeful to go back at interior offensive line in the 3rd round. I think they'll have a chance to get value there. But, man, I wouldn't be shocked at all if they go 3rd pick on the defensive side and they address the interior of the D-line.
Yeah. But it's got to be trenches. Offense or defense, it's got to be trenches, man.
Yeah, I think so. Unless – I guess if they find value at corner, I wouldn't be completely opposed to that either. Because I do think there's a need there. But I'm just, dude. If you told me 3 days ago that they're going to come out of this draft with Malachi Starks and Mike Green, now
crazy.
I didn't know about all these allegations against Mike Green. I'll say that, but I would be absolutely overjoyed. Right. And I can't imagine that the Ravens, going through the scenario that they have in the past with Ray Rice, to going through the situation they're going through right now with Justin Tucker, I just can't imagine that there's any like there's no way that these allegations are factual, or I don't think the Ravens would have touched the guy. Right? Like I don't know.
No, you're not wrong. You're 100% right there, Glenn.
Maybe I'm drinking the Kool-Aid a little too
much.
Look,
whether they're factual or not, like we'll never know. But that at least they feel good that they're in the past, and they're not a part of his fiber, like his persona moving forward, right? That they're not. That they're
maybe
not.
Blips is what you're saying. A blip.
Let me mention what's in the beast.
Please do.
NFL teams will put his background under the microscope. Suspended at the start of 2nd year at Virginia, where he transferred from August of 22 following sexual assault allegation. Green was not charged and case was suspended. Green has denied any wrongdoing. Sexual assault allegation while in high school. No formal charges filed. Shortly before signing day, Virginia requested he sign a zero tolerance policy. So that's the mention of it in The Beast from Dane Brugler.
Interesting. So I mean, they're allegations, but they're not damning. It doesn't sound. It sounds like he is denying them, which I guess you might do whether you're guilty or not. Man, we're gonna. I'll tell you what, we're gonna get. Yeah, it didn't make me feel better. I will say this: that's going to be the hottest topic of questions that Eric DeCosta is going to have to answer for.
Yeah.
In this one. Now, if he does say that after our investigation, our internal investigations, we found that no wrongdoing had occurred, and that maybe this was some sort of, I mean, who knows, some sort of scheme or something. Maybe that's why they go with him. But surprised, I think that's safe to say. Looks like Shamar Turner. Let me see here.
To the Bears.
Dude, how long is this show gonna go on? Right, as far as
so they traded again? Am I tripping?
No, the Bears were always there. Well, were they always there, or this is the result of Detroit going back?
Yeah.
No,
Jason, where's Shadeur going now, man?
I thought maybe the Raiders there at 58 could have been an option.
I thought he would end up at the Raiders too.
Does New York at 65? They got Jackson Dart last night.
Yeah.
And then Cleveland at 67.
They've already passed on him 3 times, right?
Yeah, Cleveland at 67, Raiders at 68. New Orleans took Tyler Shuck, who is 34 years old now. We talked about the Jets. I just don't know that you introduce the possibility of that if you're starting out the team the way you want to, and in New York of all places.
Yeah, that's a
and
lot.
Justin Fields doesn't pan out, then people are calling it's just kind of a media circus in the waiting there. After that,
there goes Norman Lott to the Chiefs. What do you think? Is he the next Chris Jones?
Yeah, he's not really for me.
Good. Tell us more.
I think this is early for him. I didn't really see, I guess, what other people were seeing on tape, and I'm okay with that. He's somebody that didn't see. He was kind of heavy in a rotation where he didn't see a lot of snaps, but he was really productive. I'll give him that. There was some concern about him having a knee issue, but he's definitely kind of a interior disruptor type. But like I said, not really for me. I could see him going in this round, but in the end, I didn't have him in my top 100.
Where's Pittsburgh next? DK thinks he's going to go in the 3rd to Pittsburgh.
83.
Who, Shadeur?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see. Hey, who did the Bears take, by the way?
Shamar Turner from Texas A&M.
That's right.
I can only hope that he goes to Pittsburgh. I can still dream.
Right now, I gotta say, I was nervous that Mike Green would have been the selection after getting Connerly, which felt like an absolute steal at 32. I'm liking how this thing's going for the Ravens and for the competitors of the Ravens. I'm not at all impressed with what Cincinnati's done. I think Jason made me feel good about what the Chiefs just did there, and Norman Lott. And then who was it? Oh, the the Bills. Who did the Bills get?
Oh,
they got somebody that
they got a small corner in round 1.
Is that what it was?
Sanders.
Yeah,
Sanders at 41.
And then
I said that was a little high for me.
Yeah. So far, I think it's going really well for the Ravens right now. Now, of course, we could be completely wrong. We'll never know until a couple years from now how these players turn out. But I'm happy with how it's been falling so far for the Ravens. Let's see. They're back on the clock next at I should know this, but I don't know it off the top of my head. Okay, so the Steelers are 83. And the Ravens come back at 91. Okay, so they're at 91. And right now we're what, in the 60s? 63. Okay. Computer's still moving a little slow. It takes a second to catch up there. Oh, my God. Jimbo, I'm going to need to send this thing into the shop. When they just hand this
I've never had any issues with that thing ever.
Jimbo, I didn't do it. Okay.
I'm just wondering, Glenn. I'm wondering.
Look, I don't get anything nefarious on this, okay? I only use this for the show and the show only. So before you start going down any dark paths, all right? I don't look up anything crazy on here. But man, let me see what the chat's thinking. Like,
It's good, Glenn, because I can see everything you search on the computer.
hey, no shame here. No,
I'm just kidding. I cannot. I do not have the
I'll say
technology.
this, man. If you look like any other draft sites, mine you don't have this problem because I don't support ads on my site. I do it
Right.
for free and for the benefit of all of you out there.
Shout out.
Some of these other sites, it's like good.
Oh, it's just
Lord,
terrible.
the ads, man.
Yeah.
You want to talk about the fall off, the Draft Network, which used to be a really nice site. Like I always had some issues with the people involved with it, but the site used to be really nice, and it's bad now. Their board's even worse. I'll say that. I was going my top 100 tracking, and once I got to about 20, I was like, all right, I can just push this one aside.
Well, hey, Jason, Maryland, Texas asking about Florida State defensive tackle Farmer in the 3rd round. The Ravens do need help at that interior defensive line. Don C says, Katie, check the browser history. No, nothing to see here. Don't look behind the curtain. No, but what do you think about Farmer, D tackle?
Farmer's good. Farmer's got a lot of tools, I think, to work with. He's somebody that I probably see in like the 70-ish range, so I'm not quite sure if he'll get there. And we talked about kind of, these defensive linemen going off the board. And you saw Norman Lott go off too. Now we're starting to get a little bit deeper in that. If I was to look at who's still left higher, I've got Darius Alexander, who's in my top 60, who has not gone yet. And then you've got Farmer, and that's it for my top 88. There were a couple guys I liked, further down. Ty Robinson, who could be kind of Ravenish. Yeah. We went through him with the mock draft thing. I think he's got a chance to get called here in the 3rd round. And then there were a couple other guys that I liked that didn't quite make the cut. Aeneas Peebles is probably not a fit. He's a little bit smaller. Jordan Phillips from Maryland. So Maryland man might be an option there. Jared Ivey is somebody I really liked that I ended up bumping out of my top 100. I just couldn't find a spot for him. And then Tyrion Ingram Dawkins is somebody that got some steam late to kind of be an option to maybe crack the top 100 from Georgia. Let's see, who did we get a Philadelphia
Makuba goes to the Eagles and they just continue to add weapons to their secondary after throwing.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah,
Rosen and Eric DaCosta, they hang out.
Yeah, they have very similar draft strategies. They go Cooper DeJean, they go Mitchell last year, they go now Makuba. I mean, they keep retooling that defense, Jason.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he goes over Watts and over Winston.
Yeah.
All right, boys, I'm gonna bounce.
You out?
I'm out. Brother. I'm absolutely exhausted. I'm still recovering from yesterday.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. It was a long one.
Appreciate all you guys being on here. Jason, thank you so much for your time.
No,
Coach, I appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, buddy. Holding down the fort.
Yeah.
I got you. Well, so you thought Makuba, you don't like him above those other two? Do you think maybe it's scheme fit?
He was in that mix. I just thought the other two would go first. Makuba's almost kind of more like a nickel, which it makes sense because they kind of shipped out Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, who kind of went, was there, left, came back, and now he's gone again, and I think he's with Houston now.
Yep.
And so Makuba might slot right into that nickel spot. I think they were kind of hunting safeties.
Well, they lost Darius Slay also, right? I think he's now with the Steelers.
Yeah, he's with the Steelers now. But of course, like you said, they have Quinyon Mitchell, they have Cooper DeJean.
Blankenship.
They've kind of, reset that secondary. Maybe they could get even, they had Sidney Brown who had I think an ACL or some sort of lower leg injury last year, and maybe they're giving him a shot. So they've kind of got a young nucleus back there in the secondary that,
Hey, Jason, what about the Giants kicking the tires on Milroe?
That's who I liked for them too. Like that was originally before I was like Cleveland because there's a connection with the OC.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, it makes sense because they've got Russ, they've got Jameis, but then they took Jackson Dart, so
Oh,
probably
true.
probably not going
Oh,
to
yeah.
happen, you know. So
Yeah.
um,
Yeah.
I
And then
look at
Kansas
Cleveland.
City.
I look at Cleveland and the Raiders here as maybe the quarterbacks.
Yeah,
You know,
Cleveland definitely needs a quarterback, but I still think that their trade is on the horizon for them. I wouldn't be surprised if Kirk Cousins is there,
yeah.
throwing footballs for him. But even still, Kirk Cousins coming to town doesn't mean you can't take a quarterback here, especially
Oh
one that
no,
needs some seasoning and
but
some
of
time to
course
sit.
he might. You know, I don't know what his situation contract wise is if he got a no trade or he has to approve it or waive it or whatever. But like he
Mm,
probably didn't want to get put in the same situation again.
that's true. He's going from Penix to now. Who next?
Yeah, but you look at what DK said. It's like if Shadeur gets to 83,
Oh,
you
he's
know
definitely gone at
he
83.
has to. He would have to go there, right?
Have to.
You know.
There's no way. But does then Aaron Rodgers not sign up for that party?
Well, that's what I thought. Well, not I thought. That's what I heard. I think I don't remember who said it. It might have been McShay because he's kind of vocal in terms of like the Aaron Rodgers stuff. And he said that if Pittsburgh met with him and he's effectively holding out because it's like I'm going to wait and see what you do. I'm not going to
Yeah.
sign here and then you draft a young quarterback. Like if I'm coming in, I'm going to be the guy.
I want you to build around me. Yeah.
So yeah, so if it doesn't happen, and the Giants take Darius Alexander, boo.
Boom.
That's a
That's
good pick for them.
it. Yeah.
Um, so if he does that, if we don't see a quarterback go there, then maybe we look at okay, Aaron Rodgers probably signed him with them in the next week. Now, I don't know as far as like comp picks and that sort of thing if there's something there, but you would think they would want to get him in sooner rather than later.
Now,
Um,
my buddy, I will tell you, my buddy Rotla, aka Captain Redbeard, he said the Cowboys are getting Shador.
I honestly I wouldn't rule it out at this point.
76 is not far away here,
You
Jason.
know, because so they traded I think a fifth for Joe Milton, who had a nice preseason game and like a nice like kind of garbage duty end of the season game,
Mm-hmm.
and New England drafted him last year with a seventh and flipped him for a fifth. Now, could Dallas?
Interesting.
It doesn't make sense from a team building perspective because they have holes that need to be filled at running back, at wide receiver, cornerback. To take Shadeur Sanders there would be a little bit ambitious to think somebody needs a quarterback next year, and if we can kind of show off Shadeur, maybe somebody trades us a third round pick or a second round pick.
I don't know,
You
man. I
know,
think this could be an investment. You get him now, and then you
yeah.
lure his dad out of Colorado next year to be your head coach. I mean, I don't know.
That was the stuff, the speculation early on. It was like before they went with, Brian Schottenheimer that, hey, could you're not going to trade Dak, but, you know, as all of this stuff was kind of circulating around, it's like, is that the play? And there was also talk, was like, could that happen at Cleveland? Because, was it Stefanski? You were saying he's on the hot seat. Well, they get Shador, and then all of a sudden
Mm-hmm.
next year, they get Travis Hunter. They get Shador in the
Oh,
second round.
yeah.
Dion also got that big contract at Colorado too.
He
So
did.
now
And he
it
said
doesn't
he's
seem
not
he's
leaving.
not got his fingers in there, but
Well, now his kids aren't there anymore, so it's not as quite as uh,
yeah,
tempting to stick around. But look, the Chiefs go with Ashton
Gelati.
Gelati. And look, I know your board is probably much different, but they had him way down low. What's your take on Ashton Gelati here for the Chiefs?
I think he's a third round player. This is probably him a little bit higher than the other guys I had on the board. I have him lower, but he's in my top 100.
Hmm.
But if you're looking for a certain type, he's kind of like solid. Like I would say, he's probably not. The upside probably isn't there. He might be what he is, but he's a good player. I think there's less risk involved with him than say like Braden Swinson or Uman Mielen. Even Landon
Really?
Jackson. I think Jack Sawyer is a little bit more like high floor.
Okay.
But I think Gelati's that same type of player, but Gelati, I think the measurables are a little bit better.
Wow. Okay. Now, here we go. This is the first spot we could see it on the
All right.
clock. Cleveland
Let's see
Browns.
what we've got here.
They could go Shadeur. I mean, they go what they do already. Running back. Who here we go. Your picks. Here we go. Okay, so they go Mason Graham, then they go Schlesinger, and then they go Judkins. So they got their running back of the future. They go front seven on defense for the other two picks.
Yeah, I didn't
Looks like
plug Judkins. I had him in the 7th round of Cleveland, but I had him I think in the 3rd round.
man. I mean, I guess I could see them. Like, is there a wide receiver here that makes any sense? Because I think they need help at that.
Jalen Noel, Aya
Colin
Manor,
Williams?
Jalen Royals, Kyle Williams. Torrey Horton was the one that I gave them in the day 2 mock, but I gave that to them like much towards the end of the 3rd
I like
round.
Torrey Horton, man. I like him.
Yeah, I had to kind of come back to him. But he's a nice player. He was hurt this past year, which is probably why he's a little bit further down the board.
And then Isaiah Bond, the guy who was supposed to break every 40 record.
I don't know that he gets picked.
Really? It's like that?
I think there's too much there to where like teams are going to wait and see. I don't think this is a situation like Mike Green where it's like this stuff years ago and he's been forthcoming about it. Like I think there's a lot there that teams are going to have to sort out to pick him.
These guys, man.
Like I said, like I didn't know where to put him after kind of that stuff broke, and in the end, like I moved him out of my top 100 and like I just kind of bumped him down to kind of that middle range where it's like he could get drafted still relatively early. I mean, I think there's some negativity to like his last year, and then he was hurt, and then didn't quite kind of rise up the way that I think the expectation was. But team could still like the speed, even though it's not what he kind of claimed it was going to be. But
Yeah, definitely not.
On the flip side, with all of this other stuff underneath, like they might take a wait and see, and he might be one of these guys that goes undrafted, and then once it sorts itself out, somebody brings him in, works him out, and they're comfortable with it. That was one of the guys that was kind of connected to Buffalo for a little bit.
Man, I hope that the Browns do. Do I want them to take Shadeur? I know Jimmy wants anybody in our division to take Shadeur because he thinks he's going to be a huge bust. But I don't know, man. I'm not quite as convinced that Shadeur's not going to be a player. I don't think he wows you with any of his physical traits. But I don't know, man. He's got the pedigree, man. Something about who? Why does she look familiar? Who is this person? She looks like she's important.
I mean, at this point though, like I won't call myself the biggest Shadeur fan.
No, but you did have him as your 17th or 21st best player.
Yeah, and that's handicapped, I guess, like golf, that he's going to get taken probably in the 1st round. If not, he's going to go in the 2nd, and here we are in the 3rd. And the Browns take Harold Fannin Jr. Kind of a interesting player there.
I mean, you got Njoku, like you got who's the young guy they got behind him? They got some. I don't get this pick. I mean,
let's see, Browns. Yeah, Njoku, Blake Whiteheart, Brendan Bates, and Trey McKitty.
I mean, okay, I guess, but
Njoku's on his last year.
I'd pay Njoku, man.
Yeah. I don't know like what their frequency of using 2 tight end sets. I mean, Harold Fannin is kind of more like an H-back.
Okay.
So he's not quite a move. He's definitely not an inline, but he's not really a like big slot or any type. So it's kind of an interesting fit. There's a lot of things that I don't want to say they don't make sense when you watch him on tape, but like the way he tested was a lot better than the way he looks. Like somebody called him like a bigger, slower Deebo Samuel. And like it just looked like you watch him and it looks like it hurts. It's just not very smooth athlete. but he gets open and he catches the ball.
Well, look, he's an Ohio guy. He. That's why they took him. He's out of Canton.
Yeah.
He's out of Canton, Ohio. I got news for you, Harold. That's the only way. That's as close as you're getting to Canton. Okay, that's as close as you're getting to Canton. Wow,
So-
I'm overjoyed. I love to see it. But look, the Raiders make their quick pick. They go Darian Porter, the converted wideout. That's 6'4" guy, right?
Yeah, so I saw DK in the chat saying like between Revel and Porter, which one do you like for the Ravens? Well, we have that question answered for us, but
Yeah.
I like Revel. I think Revel there's more. Porter is a projection. Like he's all traits, 1 year of production. I don't know how much production. Let me pull him
He
up
had
and
3
just see kind of what the
interceptions.
yeah. So the concern there is you have a former wide receiver and couldn't get on the field until he was in his 6th year. So
Yeah,
it's kind of almost all traits. And then let's see if there's anything else to his background in the beast here.
I mean, 6'4", 200 is pretty impressive. And
He's
even if he has speed issues, which it doesn't seem like he does, he would have
no,
the length.
he's very fast. He's a 4.3, like straight
Yeah, look at
4.3.
this.
970 career specials team snaps. So that's where he was making his living before he became a starter in
great.
his 6th college season.
That's what you want. Yeah, a 5th-year college player who plays special teams primarily.
Yeah, so
who are they celebrating right now? Okay, so they go Porter, which I guess if he turns out and you have a 6'4" corner, that's pretty impressive.
Of a lottery ticket, and Pete Carroll, like, what's his history,
Oh,
right?
That's a good. I didn't even think about that. He's trying to rebuild the Legion of Boom.
Yeah. So I don't know.
He wants Brandon Browner 2.0 here.
I don't know who else they have in their secondary offhand. Let me pull it up. So they've got Jacorian Bennett, Eric Stokes, Darnay Holmes. And then at safety, they've got Jeremy Chin.
I like Jeremy Chin.
And I don't even know who would be the I haven't heard any of these other guys. Like even recalling from draft history, I don't recall him. Chris Smith too, maybe. Lonnie Johnson, who I thought was a corner with the Texans for a while, but they have him as a safety.
Well, look, the Patriots go Will Campbell with their first pick, 4th overall, the tackle. They go Travion Henderson with the halfback out of Ohio State with their 2nd pick. I'm wondering who they're going to go with here. I think Vrabel, he could go a couple different directions.
You would think he might take Jack Sawyer, right? Ohio State connection. They need an edge.
That's a good point.
Maybe not. I'm seeing what I just saw.
Uh-oh. Oh, Kyle Williams. There he goes. Finally, the speedster, the deep threat, the separator down the field. I think this is a nice pick for them. I think they needed weapons. I just feel like you got Drake May. They think they got something in him. If that's the case, surround him with weapons to see what you got. And until you do that, I don't think you know if you have a quarterback or not. So they go get Kyle Williams. So again, he's not going to have a very extensive profile here on PFF. They didn't do a whole bunch of digging on him, but I know he's a deep threat. He can separate down the field. He's a home run waiting to happen. He had 70 catches, 14 touchdowns last season, but most importantly, 17.1 yards per reception. He is a big play threat. Take the top off the defense type guy, and I think that's a nice pick for them.
Yeah, and he's not just all speed. I think he's kind of underrated in terms of like being a kind of a complete receiver. Obviously the size is not that impressive, but like he gets open, he can separate, and like you said, he does have some vertical ability too. That's a good pick for the Patriots.
Now, how the hell did the Lions get to this pick? I don't know what I did here, but we're going to get the Lions.
Yeah, I'm not keeping track of trades. So I guess this is part of the Jacksonville trade because this looks like Jacksonville was here, but I don't recall who Jacksonville took. I'm following kind of the round by round on NFL.com, so I'm not seeing.
There we go. We're forcing that trade. Okay, here we go. Selection is in. They're going to go with Who's this
Maybe
guy?
a safety.
He's got a. Oh,
They
it's
took
Terrion Arnold.
Ratledge, right? So they got their offensive lineman. Did they get an
Yeah, they
edge?
got Talik Williams and they got Tate Ratledge so far.
Yeah, some that going in, they were looking at probably an edge. This could be a spot for Jack Sawyer, opposite Aiden Hutchinson.
Oh, Tesla. Okay. I think Jimmy
Are you
had him.
serious? They
Yeah.
took Tesla here?
They took Tesla, Isaac Tesla.
Wow, okay. I knew they were kind of connected to him. I didn't see him going this high.
Yeah, I think Jimmy had him in our fifth round in his one of his mocks. So
More power to him, but like that's rich for me. Where's let me see something here.
Let's see, 6'4", 217.
I think DJ had him going this early.
Oh, Daniel Jeremiah.
Yeah, where's his top 100? He had him at 95. That's the only person I saw that had him that high. Like he moved up because he tested well. Like there's a lot of upside with him. Got great size, fast, but just not a lot in the way of production again. But again, it's not always about what you did, it's what you think you can do.
Wow, yeah, that's surprising. 28
catches for 545 yards though, so 19.5 per.
Yeah, yeah, I didn't see that part. Okay.
So
but only 3 touchdowns on top of that.
Yeah.
But 28 catches, man, gets you the 70th. Wow. At Arkansas. Wow. Not like you had 28 catches for the national champion. Like,
right.
That's a bit surprising. So New Orleans on the clock now, right? The Saints pick is in. They shock the world. They get Tyler Shuck at 40 in the second round after getting Kelvin Banks, who some thought might be the best overall offensive lineman in the draft out of Texas. They get him at pick
behind
9.
Tyler Booker.
No, of course not. Of course not better than Tyler Booker. I don't know how I could even say that. But what do you look at right now as the biggest area of need after filling the other 2 positions there?
So they got Kelvin Banks. They got Tyler Shuck.
That's it.
Anybody else?
That's it.
I think maybe Ravel here. I think they needed a corner. There was a lot of talk about them as a spot for an edge. So I could look at somebody like Jordan Birch. I think that's who I had them in my 7-round mock. In the 3rd round, Landon Jackson would also make a lot of sense. I don't know about Swinson or Sawyer. I think maybe the 2 bigger edges, because like where they were kind of connected was like maybe like Shamar Stewart or Michael Williams. So like bigger edges with the length.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Ravel might make sense here.
Any chance I guess
they could go receiver too. I think they have a lot of kind of shifty slot guys. You know, they've got Olave, they've got Brandon Cooks, and I forget.
Yeah, they don't really have a big guy.
Yeah, they don't have a possession or an X, kind of.
Restrepo? No. Not after that performance.
I don't think we hear his name tonight. But
yeah, if he would have ran better. But he said he had a quad, or something. He had something.
Yeah, and he's going to be quicker than fast, but also small hands, small catch radius.
Yeah.
I look at him as maybe, like Tennessee and day 3, bring him together. I think that's an underrated approach to bringing a receiver that had a lot of success with a quarterback in college and putting them on the same team. Like, I wouldn't say like go out of your way to do it, but if it makes sense, like, yeah, that might make sense. You have some familiarity, somebody you've already worked with in the past, and you kind of have an instant connection.
Yeah, it's got to play a role, and especially in the middle rounds, which I guess we're officially there in the 3rd round here. 3rd round, pick 7. Let's see here. Let's see what chat has to say. Let's see here. I love the Ravens pick so far. Do you get a tackle in the 3rd round? You mean offense or defensive? Because I think you're talking offensive. They don't need a tackle, at least for this season, with Stanley and Rosengarten here seemingly locking down the edges. But
Farmer makes sense. We talked about him earlier.
Yeah, that's a good point. The D tackle. Yeah.
Really, outside of Grant, the only one that I kind of liked this high, but more of a right tackle, possibly a guard, Emery Jones Jr. from LSU.
Didn't we have a quarterback on our team named Emery Jones? Am I tripping? What was his? Is that his name? DK Emery. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we had a quarterback not too long ago. The pick is in for the Saints. Looks like someone's walking up to the podium now.
At 91, a possibility, and I bumped him out of my top 100 towards the end. Wyatt Millum from West Virginia. Left tackle, but kind of, doesn't have the length, so they're kind of a better projection at left guard. So just going to throw that name out there too.
Okay. Wyatt Millum. Okay. 6'6". Oh, they go Vernon Broughton.
Wow, okay. He was somebody I bumped up into the 3-4s because I thought, I saw some things about Denver liking him.
Interesting.
So we've just got the one outlier of Tesla.
That's the biggest reach in your opinion?
I had him in 4 to 6. I thought he was probably like in the 4th round, like probably early 4th round. I think I had him at receiver like 25, maybe. Let me see. Or did I have him higher than that?
I still can't believe the Ravens got Mike Green at 91 or whatever the hell they were. 59.
So Vernon Broughton.
Yeah, Vernon Broughton's the guy.
Not too far behind Alfred Collins from Texas, too.
We got 72 is on the clock. It's the Bills. Again, guys.
Get these picks going, man. Get this thing done by 10 o'clock.
I know. What's going on? Let's speed this thing up, man. Ravens picking at 91, so they're 19 picks away unless they make a move and trade up. Looks like their biggest additions for the Bills. I mean, if Bosa's healthy, man, he could provide a nice boost for them. But the question is, what are you going to get from him in the later part of the season, or is he just the first 6-week type of guy?
Yeah.
That's the biggest question mark here. Okay.
Let's see, what are we looking at for the Bills?
Announcement is about to be made here.
Sanders and Hairston.
Landon Jackson. There he goes.
That makes sense for them.
So Landon Jackson.
They like those bigger guys that.
Rousseau's big too, ain't he?
Yeah, they don't have a lot of juice.
They don't have explosiveness, right?
Right.
Yeah. Not like Mike Green, right?
Not like Mike Green.
I can't believe they got Mike Green, man. That's freaking crazy. Like, for many reasons. Not only that he was there, but also that they had the balls to take him. It's crazy.
Realistically, Ravens got 2 top half of the first round players.
They did it again, Jason. They did it again.
Talk about winning the draft. And Cleveland gets your 4th round tight end in the 2nd. Or
I love it.
Took him or top of the 3rd.
And the Bengals, to this point, I think underwhelming.
Bengals took a linebacker and a projection edge.
A linebacker who I think will struggle to play early because they're not bad at linebacker.
No, they're not. So
yeah, this is all right. So Landon Jackson goes, and you're right. Jets. They like those big boys on the edge, man.
Jets might be a spot for a safety. I had them with Winston Jr. in the 7th round. But they took Mimbu and then they took Mason Taylor. Which if that's the case, that would be my exact. I think that would be my exact 7th round projection for them.
Really?
Yeah. Let's see.
That's
go back
pretty
to
damn good.
The super mock to the Jets. Mimbu, Mason Taylor. And if they go Winston
they get
Jr.,
Azariah Thomas.
I'm going to have a job with the Jets next year.
Well, they go Thomas. What do you think about Azariah Thomas?
Oh, that's a good spot for him. I think that's a good value.
Slow, right?
Yeah, the 40 was not great. So that's why he probably went from being a 2nd round pick to here, in the probably top 50 to top 75. So that's probably enough there. But he's a good player.
He's only 20.
Got size, yeah, young guy.
Yeah, he does have size. 6'2" is always that's a bonus at corner. Looks like he's got some pretty decent ball skills.
I'm thinking Ravel might end up in Dallas here.
Nah, you know who they're getting. It's over.
Yeah,
They're getting
Shadeur.
Shadeur.
Oh man, this gave me like flashbacks to Johnny Manziel.
Oh no.
That story that like they were on the, Jerry was like, "Yes, we need to take Manziel." It's like
Johnny
Zach Martin's higher
Football.
on the board. We're taking him. It's like, oh.
Still the greatest nickname though, Johnny
Dion's on the
Football.
phone with Jerry right now. Do it.
Do it. Do it. You got me in 2 years. I'll be there. So the Panthers back on the clock. Let's see who the Panthers have taken so far. Oh, they got Tet McMillan. They got Nick Scorton. So Tet McMillan, I mean, maybe one of the
Broncos are up now because they
Oh,
had the trade
shoot.
earlier.
Here we go again. I'm gonna figure out how to get the Broncos on the clock. Let's see. Broncos. There they are. Let's pull them up. So now they're going from 85 to 74, and they don't have to give up anything to do it. Wow. Lucky day. So they're on the clock. Okay, but every 2 picks away from Dallas. Here we go.
So Broncos took Jahdae Barron. They took R.J. Harvey. Do they have anybody else that they took?
That's it. Those
That's
2.
it.
Yep.
This could be a wide receiver here.
Yeah, looks like that's a need. What about the first center off the board?
I don't know that they need a center.
It has that listed as their third biggest need.
I don't know that I see that.
Never know.
I mean, you could always go offensive line.
I'm just saying, let's hypothetically say, is this a time where the best center could go, or is it still
he could go in this range? I mean, I wouldn't rule out him going the next pick there to San Francisco.
Oh, good point. Now, what about like a Miles Frazier? Doesn't Miles Frazier seem to fit what San Fran might be looking for?
That's a possibility too.
You know, I think
it's starting to run together for me. Who did they take earlier?
Who's that?
San Francisco.
I don't even know.
We'll look at it on the next pick.
Yeah, we'll have to wait. But Carolina, I'm sorry, Denver
out of the way.
Yeah, I hope another tight end goes. Just keep them coming.
Yeah, they were kind of linked to maybe liking Colston Loveland. I mean, this could be a spot for like a Gunnar Helm. That's probably the only one I could see maybe also going tonight.
I would love another tight end. Running back. No, they went running back.
Like I said, they could be a spot for receiver like Jalen Royals. They got A.O. Minor. Jalen Noel is still there. They have, Sutton, who I think maybe on his last year.
Man, if they can come out of this round, if the Ravens could somehow come out of this round with Ravel too, oh my God.
Yeah.
That would be.
He'll have to get past Dallas.
Well, Dallas is taking Sanders.
Yeah. Careful. Let's see what's going on in the chat over here.
Oh yeah, let's see what they say.
Let's see, going back up. We'll go to Reginald. Asked about getting a tackle in the third round. It's a possibility. Charles Grant, like I said, was there. Cameron Williams, who's somebody that was kind of in the mix, but then I think he kind of got moved down a little bit. I kind of see him as more of a 4th round. He's more of a project right tackle. Probably not in there. And then Jalen Travis, who's somebody that tested really well, and I know DJ was talking him up a little bit over the last couple of weeks as kind of left tackle, but could move to right. Just huge, tested really well, but it didn't. I don't think it looked like that on tape. And then now, Charles Grant, we talked about William and Mary.
Cam brings up you brought him up earlier, but apparently Millam is Cole's guy as well. Yeah, you like Millam here, huh? Or at least in this range.
Yeah, I had him. He was kind of my last out on the top 100. I kind of had him at like 97, and that was only because I bumped him down because I started seeing a lot of people having him way outside, and I was like, I don't want to miss on this guy. But I kept him in that range because like I went back and watched him, and I was like, yeah, there's some balance issues, but maybe it's just because he's a short arm guy, so he kind of reaches as a tackle, so it's something you don't like to see. But if you move him inside, he doesn't have to kind of worry about, setting the edge. It might be a better option for him. So like a quick slide in to left guard.
Give me a year.
That could be on the table.
Okay.
And then if you feel good about where he is at tackle, maybe he could play there. I kind of always had him as a guard, but he's been a tackle. But the 32-inch arms, well, 32 and 1/8 at the combine, 32 and 5/8 at the pro day. Um, so that's
Yeah,
kind of the only thing there.
that arm length might be tough to play tackle. Pat Bryant, wide receiver, goes to Denver.
Oh,
Illinois.
I love Pat Bryant, and I bumped him out, man. He was like on my first top 100 board, and I was like the only one that had him because I was like, I really like this guy. He didn't test well at the combine. I think he was like a 4.6, but like big outside receiver, like catches everything. Trust the tape, man. Trust the tape. Got to do it.
Apparently, he's even an accomplished blocker already to this point, which is not something you see out of young wide receivers taken in the third round. They're talking about their blocking ability, but
yeah, he's a good player.
Yeah, above
I'm
the rim.
I'm a little bit disappointed. I was thinking about him as an outside. I don't know that Dallas would take him, but I was like, if they don't get a receiver early in the day 3, Pat Bryant would be my guy.
Yeah, 6'3", plays above the rim. I like that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So 1 pick away. San Fran is on the clock. Man, are you getting nervous here, Jason? Who could they steal right now from you that would bum you out if they took them from you?
Really, there's options here. I'm more worried about who Dallas could pick, but man, if they took Ravel, I'd be a little bit. That's a pin throw for me, as they say. They took Nick Martin. Wow. Mel was the top 100 on Nick Martin. Called him a late riser, and here he goes at 75, and he kind of matches that, all gas, no brakes. Dre Greenlaw, who just went, in free agency over to Denver.
Yep.
He's a good player, a little undersized though. But man, he's a missile.
So they'll put him next to Fred Warner. He'll replace Dre Greenlaw, who was a hell of a play for them and really kind of disappointing that he had the injury. I think, was it in the Super Bowl or?
It was in the Super Bowl, yeah.
And just running onto the field.
Yeah, before they even started playing?
Yeah, or it was very early in the first quarter, but either way, it was literally him just running onto the field. He blows his knee out. You could see the toll it took on the rest of the defense. Guys were emotional. Like, this was an important player. So obviously a guy they wanted to replace, and I guess they feel that Nick Martin's the guy for the job. 135 tackles, which led the Big 12 and the most at Okie State since '84. So the guy is obviously an absolute tackling machine in 23.
Yeah, but he had a great year, and then like you said, had the injury.
102 tackles a year ago.
You're not gonna like it, Glenn. Exactly what I said.
Mr. Ravel.
Yep.
Mr. Ravel goes next. That's okay. That's okay.
It's not official just yet, but Nick Harris is in, he's like, they're putting focus, and this is exact same wording that was used when they took Ezeraku. Man, they're drafting tonight. I'm happy with this draft.
Travis Frederick back up there.
It's not Baltimore getting Malachi Starks and Mike Green, but, Ezeraku and Ravel, like, it's a good night. But, man, we don't have a wide receiver or running back.
It is Ravel. There it goes. Ravel is the pick. Okay, so, dang, because that was my target. That was the guy I'm hoping for. So now I got to pivot here. So, okay, if there's a pivot, man, where are we going? I don't know if there's this corner now that, let me see.
Quincy Riley, Jacob Parrish, Noel Williams. Those are in order, the ones I have. And then Caleb Ransaw is the last one I have in this range, who is a little bit more nickel hybrid safety. He reminded me of Jordan Lewis, who was with the Cowboys and then is now with Jacksonville, signing their free agency this year.
How about I just don't feel like they're getting value at interior offensive line. Let's see, edge position. Oh no, they just took Mike Green.
Got, 14 picks to go.
Yeah, we still got a long.
So we got a little ways to go.
Maybe Millam is the guy. Hey, maybe Millam is the guy, and he's our left guard of the future. at least
That's
for one
probably who-
season, while Stanley holds down
Yeah.
left tackle.
All right, so now
Oh,
I
damn
think
it.
we're on Shadeur watch to Pittsburgh.
And I got to figure out how to get Carolina on the clock. This is insane. Where's Carolina? Oh, I miss him. Oh, the
So this
Princely
kinda-
goes.
Princely?
Goes. Yeah. All right.
Is
Well,
that
I'm just going to
Carolina?
pick. Yeah, it is Carolina. I'm going to. I don't know how, but I somehow can't get Carolina on here. I don't see them. Oh, there they are. Okay. Carolina. There we go. All right. So Carolina gets
Princely.
So
That's
they
a-
go Princely. Okay.
That's a good pick for them.
You like that?
They kind of have some edge setting guys. They've got Clowney. They've got DJ Wonnum. What they don't have is like a, like a corner, like a pass.
Well, they got rid of Burns, right?
Bendy type of corner, or not corner, edge.
Yeah.
Capture the corner type player. If I'm slurring over my words here.
Well, you've been spending a lot of time doing a lot of talking, so I very much so appreciate. But he gets 10.5 sacks last year, does Princely out of Ole Miss, which is 10th in football. What's up, Jason?
Let's jump over here in the chat. Don C with the there you go. Great draft so far. Let's get depth in the trenches next. Jason, great having your insights for what it's worth. I don't think you're an asshole. Well, neither do I.
That's good. That's good. Okay. I appreciate you, Don. We missed you.
Yeah, let's shout out Devin for Glenn is a legend for sticking it out. Let's go, Glenn.
I appreciate that.
We got the marathon going 3 hours in.
That's right. That's right. And shout out to DRAFTPLEX for sticking with me, man. I need it. I need the help. Last night, if you guys weren't out there, we had an absolute blast at Union Hill. We had Dayton Wade out there, spent 3.5 hours with us. Ing Ravens spent the whole night with us in person, and we saw a lot of fans. It was awesome. So appreciate everybody. But yeah, late night from 8 to after midnight at Union Hill, and then look where we're at, 7 o'clock. Outside of some technical difficulties, we're here with you, and thanks to DK as well for jumping in after making the ride down from upstate New York and then immediately turning back and going home to upstate New York. And what does he do as soon as he gets in the door? He's right here, 410 Sports Talk. So I appreciate you very much. Thank you so much. Let's see. Did they really?
Wait, what?
In 25, we took – oh, that's what he's saying. Desan is saying in 2025, we took the next Ed Reed at 27 and the next Terrell Suggs at 59. Well, that would certainly be quite the accomplishment for Malachi and Mike Green. But, man, that's man, I can't lie. Like, this is better than – now, of course, we have to find out more about the off-the-field stuff with Mike Green. But if you put that aside and just talk about the players they got, there's no way any Ravens fan could have hoped it had gone better than this. Am I right, Jason, or am I crazy?
No, you needed edge help. You needed this, value in the first round. Like I think that was always going to be the case. Whoever you took. We talked about Booker being the value there if he was there, Malachi Starks being there, and then we talked, about a couple of other players kind of over the course of it if they got there. Tet McMillan, if he would have, which he never did. At the end it wasn't even close. But yeah, hard to find a team that has drafted better with their first 2 picks.
Love that. Man, holy smokes, they got Mike Green. They never pick that guy. I mean, not for that reason. They pick draft sliders all the time, but usually for performance at the combine. Like they love guys that that perform terrible at the combine. They couldn't care less. And as evidenced from like Malachi Starks, who was one of the worst combine performers of his position group. Like if you stacked all his, his broad jump, his 3-cone, his 40, I mean, I'm talking bottom 5 of his position group and sometimes the worst. But the tape doesn't lie. He plays much faster. Underwear Olympics aren't NFL football. And I think the Ravens stick to their board. They stick to the tape, man. I love it. The Cardinals pick is in. Uh-oh. Shefty's on the board. I don't know why he's talking because he's muted. But usually Something's going. Oh, he's talking about. Oh, he's talking about Shadeur. Okay.
Yeah, I was supposed to be like, that's probably what he's talking about.
Now, are you buying into this? Some people are saying something's goofy going on with this Shadeur Sanders not getting picked. Do you think there's any nefarious, any sort of
I don't think
excluding
so.
him?
I think we're just seeing this is the discrepancy between the quote unquote media scouts and how teams view these players. And as I said, kind of on the first show, within the first few minutes, I said Shadeur Sanders is at best a second round quarterback. He doesn't have any particularly, like elite traits. The only thing you hear about is him is the processor, um, which is relative. But in spite of that, it wasn't like he was a flawless processor because there's a lot of bad stuff on tape, and I spoke to that too. Like the decision, and I spoke to this with Cam Ward too, who is not unquestionably a one of one, QB1 first round pick. It was like need with the one guy in this class that you think like he has a lot of intangibles that are great. I can't speak to the intangibles with Shadeur because you hear reports, but how much of that is smoke? How much of that is just, you know, teams trying to, like maneuver him down the board?
Mm-hmm.
We have to face the fact that maybe he's just not that good.
Could be.
And at the same token, like Jalen Milroe, I don't think anybody's going to say he's not that good, but he's not there.
He
Like he
just needs more
wasn't.
time. Yeah.
Yeah, he needs time. He's a great athlete, but he's not a NFL starting quarterback.
Well, I
And
certainly know he's not Lamar Jackson and Cam Newton combined, which is what people were saying. It's just laughable.
That's
Cam Newton and Lamar Jackson put together as a runner is what some were claiming. Like, stop it.
Yeah,
stop
but
it.
Are we playing the option now in the NFL?
Right. But quickly to catch everybody up, Jordan Burch, you mentioned his name many times.
Mm-hmm.
He goes. It goes at number pick 78 to the Cardinals, and then quickly Jalen Nolan off the board to the Texans, wide receiver. I'm sorry, Noel Nolan. Jalen Noel out of Iowa State, another guy you've mentioned on this very stream. You brought him up at 5'11", not the biggest guy, but the Texans needed. It's such a shame what happened to Tank Dell. When it happened, he's going to miss all of this upcoming season, and who knows if he'll ever be the same player. They needed to add weapons, and they did with Noel. What do you think?
Yeah, I like it. They picked up Christian Kirk, who
solid.
Solid. Didn't do much for Jacksonville last year. I know he got a big contract from them, but only had like 20 and some odd change in catches. Jalen Noel's a great route runner. Like you said, the size is less than ideal, but for a slot, he's perfectly fine, right? He's somebody that I thought, second round. So this is a good value for them. I actually liked him better than Higgins, the bigger, obviously the bigger receiver at Iowa State.
And they got them both, right?
They actually did.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah. They go back-to-back receiver in the second and third round and really just said, we're adding weapons.
Connor in the chat says Kirk was hurt. If he was, he was. I just looked at how much he caught, and I was like, well, he's probably also not going to stop you from doing anything, which clearly not. They took two wide receivers.
Right.
And they have Nico Collins, who's kind of like their one. So that's a good group shaping up there. They still have like Mechie. They have. It's funny because they have another Iowa State wide receiver from a couple of years ago that I kind of liked. Let me pull him up here.
Just while you do that, Justin Wally goes to the Colts at pick 79.
DJ with it again. Wally was somebody I couldn't find a spot for in the 7th round, so I moved him down. But I was like, he's an underrated player. So I'm a little surprised to see him go here because I thought he was probably 4th round, but
late 3rd.
Give it to your guy. He knows his stuff.
Who, Daniel Jeremiah?
Daniel Jeremiah.
He does know his stuff. Well, he's a Raven. So.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Wally's a good player. He was somebody I was like, why is everybody so low on him? And then, I couldn't, like I said, I went through and like that kind of informs how I kind of move this board around towards the end. I was like, where am I going to find these guys? Where are they going to get drafted? And he goes over Quincy Riley, Jacob Parrish, Noel Williams. I think those are the three that mostly, but Parrish and Williams have been kind of higher. There's a couple corners in there that are in that mix too. But kind of
Let's hope.
interesting to see him go in the third round.
I'm hoping the Bengals continue to underwhelm me like they did with projection pick Shamar Stewart and linebacker who will struggle to play early, Demetrius Knight Jr. The pick is in. The announcement is about to be made here. Do they go 3 straight defense? No, this time they go Fairchild. I actually don't mind that pick for him, which I wish I hated it more. What's your think on Fairchild?
Not for me. He was somebody I wasn't high on, and I saw, a lot of people were on him a little bit more. And I was like, well, let me go back and watch it. And I still didn't get anything from him. I was like, he's probably in the 4th round-ish.
I love this.
He
said it says 0 sacks allowed in his entire career.
Well, he's playing with other, prospects at Georgia, of all places.
That's true, but he had 785 career.
Let's be fair to the guy. Give him his props. He was probably a 3-4, which is where I had him. But
I love how underwhelmed you are by it. I love it.
Yeah, he just wasn't for me. I had him a lot lower. Than I was like, well, he might go higher as I kind of look at who these guards are. And then I did go back and I went back and watched him. I went back and watched Millam. I went back and watched Frazier. I still liked Millam better.
Okay.
And so Millam was my last. I think I either had him at 101 or 102. And I expected him to go in this range. Frazier could go. I think DJ has him around this range. I think Dane Brugler has him around this range. I just didn't see enough that was just like, I'll take him in the 3rd round. It's like 4th round guard. He's no Tyler Booker.
Who is? Right? You know what I like seeing? Middling upper body strength that doesn't allow him to displace defenders, especially the horses we got on the D line, the monsters like Travis Jones. Okay, good luck, Dylan. Good luck.
Yeah. When I watched him again, I saw a couple times where he was just kind of getting bounced around, and he was just like looking around. I was like, I'm okay with where I have him, but apparently the Bengals thought more, and maybe he'll be another guy that sticks around for 4 years, and then he's on the street trying to find another team. So
that sounds like a Bengals offensive lineman, I gotta say.
Yeah.
And look, Joe Burrow, I'll say it here, he doesn't do him a lot of favors. Okay, he does hold the ball. He does put his offensive line in tough situations, and I think they get unfairly criticized at times when I think sometimes it's just the quarterback needs to get rid of the damn ball.
All right. Tennessee is up. And then Pittsburgh is up.
Oh, man.
Let's go.
Is this finally Shadeur's chance to get off the board at 83? Holy smokes. Is there any chance that Shadeur isn't the first Sanders taken tonight or in this draft?
He's already not. TJ Sanders got taken.
Well, I mean,
in his family. Shiloh?
Yeah.
Shiloh. I don't think Shiloh's getting drafted.
At all? Is he even like a 6th, 7th?
I have him. Let's see where I have him. I have him in my late draftable. Which in most cases means undrafted. That means so nobody's probably going to look at him until the 6th or 7th round. And I have 20 safeties stacked. And then I have 26 more in that late round draftable section.
So he's no Malachi Starks.
He's no Malachi Starks.
He's no Tyler Booker. So.
Nobody's Tyler Booker.
Man, so hold up, this guy's in town? Oh no, they're showing Cam Ward. I was like, holy smokes. I thought the guy was walking across the stage. I'm like, they're doing stage walks in the 3rd round? What the hell? Charles Grant is number 9 on Mel's big board remaining. So he's getting some love from Mel as well. I don't mind what the Titans have done here so far with Ward and Oladejo. Let's see what they do with their 3rd selection.
Think maybe receiver.
Yeah, I mean, who do they have at receiver? They got what,
They got
Ridley?
Calvin Ridley and
That's it. Because they traded away Hopkins last year.
Van Jefferson. They just signed Tyler Lockett.
Yeah, that's right. I did see that was like
But
2
that's
days
still
ago.
kind of. They
Who
got your
is
guy
he anymore?
Prochet. Prochet is there.
Oh, okay. He's a special teams contributor. Oh, Kevin Winston Jr. I think that's a nice pick for them if
Oh
he's healthy.
yeah. There you go.
So they get Kevin Winston, the 21-year-old coming off the ACL injury. But after that, outside of the injury, I mean, really a really nice player, right?
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, I think more of a strong, but I think he's got some range. Right now, their safety lineup is Amani Hooker, who's a pretty good player, and Xavier Woods, not he of the New Day, but formerly of the Dallas Cowboys and the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah, they definitely needed the help. I think he might just be the best player available. He was by far the best player available on PFF's board overall. So he could just be BPA at this point. Oh, the pick is in. The Steelers wasted no time.
Do it. Do it for Jimmy's sake.
Yeah, I better see Jimmy pop back into the show if they do take him and just bash him.
In the meantime, Sean in the chat asking about O-line. Marcus Bowe, pretty good. A little bit undersized, coming from right tackle, probably slides into guard. There was some talk about him maybe being able to play center. Charles Grant, we talked about a little bit earlier, the kind of developmental tackle from William and Mary. Wyatt Millum, probably your best bet as a left guard possibility there at 91. I think Emery Jones Jr., right tackle, may slip into guard. I think he could play right tackle. Miles Frazier, his teammate at right guard at LSU, probably going to be in this range too. He could probably flip over to the left side. From a tackle perspective, Cameron Williams from Texas, Chase Lunt from UConn, Jalen Travis from Iowa State, those are everybody that I have kind of at
Wow.
3-4 range.
They go
They
Caleb
went Caleb
Johnson. Wow. Who was, I think, 10th on Mel's big board left. He was about 6th or so on PFF's remaining. I mean, they lose Najee Harris, right? He goes to the Chargers. So the expectation is they have position of need. They have, I think they still have Warren, right? Last I checked,
they still have Warren. Warren was kind of like their only guy there.
So they needed help, right? Like they needed a guy.
They needed a replacement. I had them with like Dylan Sampson because I thought Warren, I think, is kind of more. Is he like more of a bigger back? So maybe that's just what they like. They signed Gainwell from Philadelphia.
Yeah, Kenneth. Yeah,
he's a fine rotational player, and then after that, just Jonathan Ward, Aaron Shamplin, so I've never heard of him, and Evan Hull. I think he was with Northwestern, street free agent. 25.
So it seems like a 1 to 2 down line. Like he doesn't seem like he's got much third down experience here, Jason.
He's kind of a first and second down.
Which makes sense because Warren can be their third.
Warren is more of that type of guy.
Yeah. But again, this doesn't scare me in any way. I love to see it. And Shadeur remains on the board.
Yeah, there's not really. That's more of just a replacement, I think, for Najee Harris. I don't think you're necessarily getting better there.
Right.
For Pittsburgh.
Hey, Jason, DK has a question in the private chat.
Okay.
What's your take on
Jared Wilson, pure center? Any chance of guard? I started seeing that today. Like I kind of just looked at it as a center because there's so few in this class that are, starter quality, and I think he is. But I also don't know how many teams are looking for a center because I kind of had to find a spot for him when I was going through my mocks, and I gave him to Jacksonville. And Jacksonville is kind of okay at center, but I was like, well, this guy's got to go somewhere, right? So that's I feel like unless he's like his arm length is too short, most of the time you're going to be able to have a center that can play guard. Some guys are center only, and that's usually because they have like 32-inch arms or less, and he has 32 and 5/8 inch arms. So he's got, he can slide over, I think. And then you could kind of be a swing backup interior line if you're not starting him, but he's kind of be one of those guys like if for Baltimore's perspective, if you needed a backup behind Tyler Linderbaum, which you've got what, Samac and Dalcourt.
Yeah, same act, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how they've
Oh,
progressed.
what's Kansas City doing here, Jason? They just jumped up.
Did they
They
just
traded
jump?
to 85 with New England.
Oh,
Who are they targeting here? If you had to guess, like what position? Let me see here. I'm gonna pull up who they've taken so
they
far.
got Simmons, and then they took it was the inside guy, right?
Yeah, they got Simmons, Omar Lott, and Ashton Gillotti.
Gelati.
Or Gelati. Wow.
Maybe he
Okay,
was
here it is. It's
Savior.
in. Noel Williams, cornerback.
Okay, they took the corner, so there you go. They kind of needed a corner. They got Christian Fulton. I think he was last of the Titans, maybe? Not remember the Titans.
Yeah, he
But
was. He was a high pick, wasn't he,
but
Christian?
they said he was kind of like maybe dealing with some like nagging injuries, but they didn't really have anybody else beyond that. They have a nickel, and Noel Williams is a good player.
Yeah.
I know DJ was talking him up a little bit more, and I kind of tended to agree. Like, of this class, like we're getting into the range where there's only going to be one or two kind of day one starters. Last
He-
one, I think, is Quincy Riley. I know a lot of people weren't high on him, but he's kind of inside outside versatility. Noel Williams, I think, is an outside. Cal has some good secondary players in this draft.
I mean, look, 15 career receptions. Now, he did it in 5 years, but 15 career
Still production.
interceptions is impressive. I don't care how many years you do it.
Yeah, still a lot of production.
Yeah, I think that might be a pretty nice pickup, unfortunately, for us Ravens fans who don't like to see them do anything well in Kansas City. But the Chargers are up now. Chargers, let's see, thus far have gone Amarian Hampton and Trey Harris. So they go offense thus
They need
far.
defensive line, I think. I
Yeah,
think
they
maybe
could.
this might be a spot for Farmer. This could be Swinson, Jack Sawyer,
Yeah, Swinson, yeah.
Ty Robinson.
Man, that is interesting that they go Amarian Hampton when they get.
Josiah Stewart might be an option for them, Michigan guy. But I don't know if he was a Harbaugh guy. I think he might have transferred. He's an interesting player. He's an undersized edge, but man, he just like flies around.
6'1". Whew.
Yeah.
But hey, that'll give you the
He's
advantage
kind of
to
the
bend under.
discount Jalen Walker in a way as an
More of
edge
an
rusher.
off-ball
I feel like Jalen Walker has a little bit more in terms of being an off-ball linebacker.
Is this guy dropping coverage much?
He does it,
Yeah.
but he's very strong, very tough, and like I'd rather have him like rushing.
Yeah. But I'm just thinking as a Raven, we like
Somebody
to.
said Fulton was with the Chargers.
Oh, he's with the Chargers now. Okay.
Connor's on top of it. I think it's the second time he's like pointed out something that I was just like didn't remember. I think Fulton. Now this is how ingrained some of this stuff is in my head. I think I mocked him to the Titans in like a 7th round or something when he came out.
It just sticks with you when you start doing this stuff.
I start seeing these names and like that's where I remember them from. Like I can tell you who went where.
Well, folks, this is pick 86 is on the clock. The Ravens just 5 picks away at 91. So stick with us.
Almost there.
It's been a long night, been a long couple days, but we are almost going to reveal the third newest Raven after, just a fantastic start to this draft. Getting Malachi Starks, following that up by getting Mike Green. Home run after home run. Like Jason said, these are 2 top half of the first round talents, and they got both of them in the first, at 27 and then 59. That's absolutely insane value what these guys are going to bring. And I think Mike Green, like Malachi feels more of a luxury pick because we still had Ardarius and still had Kyle. Whereas Mike Green, we haven't had a guy who can just beat the guy in front of him since Terrell Suggs. I guess I'm not being very fair to KVN. I got to love what Kyle Van Noy has done for us. But it's almost like every time he does it, I'm surprised. Like, it's not an expectation. Like, on 3rd down, it was an expectation that Terrell Suggs was going to do something. He was going to make you hurry. He was going to do something to piss off your quarterback. When, for some reason, when KVN does it, I guess because of his age, I'm surprised. And I don't expect it. And maybe I should start, but I also got to recognize that Father Time is undefeated. There's only a matter of time before KBN's skills are going to start to fall off. We can't continue to count on. And Owe, as much as I love Adafe for making Jimmy eat the Baconator and making me not have to run any sort of long distances, I still don't think there's any chance you could give this guy a contract after his rookie deal. There's just no way, at least not the market that he's going to want and expect. I think if you can get him for a deal, maybe, but I don't think that's the case. So, man, I think this has been a home run so far. It looks like Melvin Gordon is announcing the Chargers selection now. Joe Ortiz, of course, another former Raven. These picks, don't be shocked if this feels like a Ravens type selection. Oh, there you go. They do go D tackle, but they go Jamari Caldwell out of Oregon.
Yeah, big kind of nose tackle, but he can play a little bit of 3. I saw, I think DJ and Dane both had him in the top 100. I wasn't quite that high on him, but he's kind of just a big round, guy to put there in the middle. Yeah, kind of a fire plug.
Fire hydrant?
Fire hydrant, yeah.
Yeah, he's like Michael Pierce. Holy smokes, he's a big boy. Hey, quickly, James says, any chance we go Small Mondin or Chris Paul Jr. here? What do you think about those two players?
Yeah, I think that's a possibility. I think this, late third into the early fourth is going to be a sweet spot for these linebackers. Glenn will want to take Small Mondin in the 6th round? Seventh round.
He'll be there.
I think he either goes by the end of the night or early tomorrow. Good coverage linebacker. Chris Paul, very similar in a way. Coming from Ole Miss, I think they're both similar players. They're more smaller, more coverage types. But yeah, they're in this log jam of about 6 linebackers that we're going to see. We've seen a couple go already. We had Jihad Campbell go in the first round. Schlesinger was the first pick tonight. Demetrius Knight, who went to the Bengals reasonably early for us, but Smile Mondin, Danny Stutzman, Chris Paul Jr., Barrett Carter, who we talked about, a couple of shows ago, and then Jeffrey Bossa, and then Cody Simon. That's probably the 6 or 7 guys that are among those. And I feel like, I like Stutzman a little bit higher than Paul, but originally I think I had Paul kind of right there. So it's kind of flavors, but they're both similar players, and I think this will probably be the range for the two of them.
Now, I should know this, but any relation to Chris Paul?
No.
The point guard? Okay. All right.
I think in some cases you'll hear him referred to as Poo Paul, just to kind of avoid the, hey, is this your dad?
Yeah, to separate.
I don't know if Chris Paul is that old, but
it feels like he's been in the league for a long time. Forever. Yeah, I remember when the trade to get him to go to the Lakers was nixed by the NBA because they said it would be too much to give him and Kobe in the same team. It's crazy. Yeah, he's still out there playing.
I think I had an old PS3 game, whichever the 2K game with him on the cover. It's probably 2009 or something like that.
Sounds right. He's still doing it, man. He's still chasing that ring.
Yeah.
Here we go. Jerry Kramer is announcing the Packers pick now with help from Dave Robinson. Savion Williams, wide receiver. They go wide receiver again, right? Because they already took Matthew Golden.
Savion's a little bit of a different type of receiver. He's more of a weapon.
6'5". Whew.
You can do a lot with him. You can put him in the backfield. You can line him up at quarterback. And I think he's got room to grow as an outside receiver, but big, tall, fast, height, weight, speed, as they say, with Savion Williams. Probably one of the funnest watches of anybody in this class. The flashes are pretty incredible. So I'm not sure what the plan is with Green Bay there. I didn't really project him as that type of player. He's kind of more of I think a 49ers type, like Deebo Samuel, or kind of get him out in space and let him go, right?
Wow. He went up against UCF and 2 defenders and came down with it. I like the attacking the ball at the highest point. I think is not something you can learn. I think it's instinctual. It's built in. And yeah, he's got late hands, man. He looks like he doesn't run like a guy who's 6'4".
Mm-mm.
Wow. I like
Yeah, so
that.
MD in the chat. Stutzman withdrew last year and went back because I guess they gave him an extra year. It says, I actually just saw that today. I didn't even realize that. I don't even think I'd gotten far enough last year to even before he made that decision. Um, Initially declared for the 2024 draft and then went back for his senior year.
Man, cheeseheads are hype. That they said, look, we went all them years, they wouldn't take a wide receiver. Now they take 2 in their first 3 picks. They're going all in. And, man, the picks are flying in now. Jacksonville announcing their selection now at pick 88.
My guy, Caleb Ransaw.
There he goes.
There you
he go.
go.
Man, the corners are going.
That's a guy that in my top 100, I was kind of the outlier. So I was like, man, that guy's too good to go past the top 100. And here he goes at 88.
Look at that.
I'm happy about that.
I'm glad. And now, why does they have him as a corner on ESPN? They have him as a safety as PFF.
Yeah,
Is he both?
He's both. I started him out as a safety, but I was like, he's more of a nickel and probably more of just, like more corner. I don't know about putting him in space. He's fast enough, right? But like, I just saw him as a straight nickel, which when you look at that, is typically more, I think, a corner type position. I didn't see him as a safety that comes down to play nickel. I just saw him as just a nickel outright. And I thought him, in this range, I thought him maybe as a fit for like the Vikings because they kind of needed both. So he could do that as kind of maybe be the third safety, but also kind of just be like that third corner to play in the nickel. So
It seems like a popular thing nowadays to get guys that are tweeners and bring them down and make them nickelbacks, and then you can kind of use them in versatile ways. But looks like Jacksonville, they go Travis Hunter, of course, with the big trade up to number 2. They give up a haul to get there, and then they get Kalen Ransom. So let's see here.
Did they have other picks though? Like, was that kind of you when you forced the trade? Like,
hold on, who just picked at 88?
Yeah, what is playing on here? That's the.
I don't know who picked at 88. It wasn't the Jags didn't pick back to back, right? Am I tripping?
No, they traded up, so they're on the clock twice. That's what the NFL has. Back? Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So they do go get Ransom. Yeah, they do. So they're picking 88 and 89. Interesting.
They were at 88, and then I guess when Houston came up, it was to Jacksonville. Was that 70? No, that was Detroit. I don't know. Something got moved around here to where they are on the clock back to back.
That's crazy. Okay, here they go again. Yeah, TJ Slaughter stays at the podium, announcing the second of back-to-back picks for the Jaguars. Embarrassed, by the way, I got to say Jaguars because it's not Jaguar. Okay, it's Jaguar. Oh, and there goes Wyatt Millum. I was starting to fall in love with him a little bit here, Jason.
Trust the tape. Should have left him in my top 100 because I was like, man. And I actually put him tonight in the day 2 earlier. He went to Detroit, but Detroit took Ratledge.
Damn. He was the 2024 Offensive Lineman of the Year.
Was he?
That's what it says. Holy smoke. Man, that would have been a nice one, but that's okay. That's okay. He's going to go to...
Yeah, he's still got some options there.
Now, we're 2 picks away, Jason.
Milrow.
Yeah, right.
To the Rams.
To the Rams? That wouldn't be bad, right?
Let him learn behind Stafford. They thought maybe he could be an option for them in the first round.
That's interesting.
And then who did they take?
Who?
The Rams.
The Rams took Terrence
Ferguson, the tight end.
Yep. Which is funny because every mock I did had Loveland going to them at 26 initially.
Yeah, yeah, you talked about that. They kind of needed a corner, so I mean, this could be a spot for like a Quincy Riley, but otherwise they didn't really have a whole lot of holes. I thought about like right tackle because they've got Rob Havenstein.
Yeah.
And he's probably only got a year or two. remaining, and then that was pretty much it. Because I was giving them players like Luther Burden and Jade
Was
Barron, like best available kind of value players.
is this Shadeur then?
I don't know that Shadeur. I mean, I thought they were more like Milrow. At least that's what everybody was saying. They were on Milrow more than anybody, and maybe Shuck.
Well,
Cleveland again at 94.
yeah, they're wrapping around.
Does that look a little better at third round, or is that just going to be a problem?
Oh man, that would be if they have
I
three
like.
shots at him and they don't take him with any. I mean, whew.
I'm looking at. Okay, so we've got Cleveland at 94, and right now you've got Raiders at 98 and 99.
You think they would after giving all that money to Geno?
Well, they were connected to him. Like apparently he has a good relationship with Tom Brady.
Yeah.
And,
And I heard long ago that the Raiders really are the team that wanted to lure Dion to the NFL.
Yeah, I know that was talked about for sure.
Mm-hmm. Man, not one pick away. Who the heck are the Ravens? So the Ravens could have, if they wanted to, they could have gotten a player like Xavier Watts at this spot at pick 91, it looks like, unless he goes right now. They could get they could have gotten like a Jared Ivey, but no, they're not getting edge. They're not getting safety anymore. At least I don't think
I think they could still take Ivey. I think he's more of a down lineman versus like an edge. I think he's got length. I think he's got power. I think he has a good frame to put on some more like good weight. But I want to point to what is it, super chat? Is that what we call it? With James there again. Deon Walker, too early to take at 91. Flashes, no, but I think there's concerns about the back and the management and the maintenance it would take because he played with the fractured back. Obviously there's a lot there.
Jesus, 340.
Yeah, he's a big boy, but the thing is like, how much was the back? How much is the football character of kind of how he, like, sometimes it looked like he's a first round pick. Other times it's like, what are you doing and why are you on the field? So that's the only thing
I don't
about
like that.
Got a couple of other kind of comments here. Joe says, take Scattaboo. I don't know. You tell me.
Hell no. Hell no.
And then Scott with an interesting one. David Walker, the edge from Central Arkansas, kind of an undersized, but like really powerful, really productive edge.
Damn, look at those grades. Holy, well, yeah. I guess so. Central Arkansas.
Talk about the sack production: 12, 9, and 16.
Jesus.
On the sacks.
Wow, is he not threatening the record with those? I mean, holy smokes.
Yeah, like,
who'd the Rams just take?
Is it up?
I think it's up. They're showing him. I just don't recognize him. Oh, no, he's got a Commander's hat on. What the hell?
Somebody said, no, Joe, no Scattaboo.
No Scattaboo.
I
don't mind him.
I don't mind him either. Like, I went back and watched him because I was like, there was kind of mixed opinions. Like, I kind of moved him up, moved him down. I started listening to a few more things and seeing him a few more. I went back and watched him. I was like, man, DJ said teams are lower on him because he doesn't have any juice. Like, and I went back and watched him. I was like, yeah.
He's gonna have to break a lot of tackles, which isn't something you think is gonna be plausible in the NFL.
Yeah, I think there's a role for him. Maybe is more like a short yardage type. He could still go in this range for a team that's looking for a player like that. Good pick for the Rams. We just talked about him.
Yep. Josiah Stewart goes out of Michigan. 1 year at Michigan, right?
Yeah, I think he was he at Michigan? Well, he wasn't at Michigan State. Where was he at? Somebody else was at Michigan State and then went somewhere else.
9 sacks last year, though, for Michigan. 20 hurries.
Yeah. He was at Coastal Carolina is where he was at.
Gotcha. Well, so, okay. Good. So now the Ravens on the board, Jason. We made it.
Yeah, so kind of resetting the board. Not really anybody in my top 60. You're not taking the quarterback. You already got a safety. Receiver, we've got Ayo Manor, Jalen Royals, Charles Grant, the offensive tackle from William and Mary, who they did visit with. Marcus Mbow, who's the right tackle, probably slots inside to guard. He could move over to the left side. We've talked about Jared Wilson, the center, who could probably play some guard for you. Joshua Farmer, don't recall who brought him up in the chat, but good call there. He's still on the board. Edge, probably not going there, but we got Swinson and Sawyer. Safety, again, we're not going there. Billy Bowman
here
Jr.,
we go.
corner, Quincy Riley. So it's probably going to be somebody that's not among those names.
All right. Well, we're about to find out. The pick is being announced. Jason Brown, former 4th-round selection for the Ravens, is the one making the selection or announcing it. They go Emery Jones Jr.
Let's go.
He was brought up. Who did you bring him? Somebody brought him up.
Yeah, we talked about him. I brought him up, and then somebody in the chat brought him up too. Tackle probably slots inside to guard. I think that's probably going to be his best projection. But really sturdy, very solid. Obviously got the size. Some development still needs to happen there. But yeah, you introduce him into the mix, and he could very well come out on top and be a starting guard for you.
Yeah, and I think that would be the goal. And look, I like younger players. He's a 21-year-old. He's 6'6", 315. All expectations, there's no chance he's competing for any tackle time. This is 100% a guy they project to kick inside the guard. And if you look at here, incredibly long arms, especially for guards, which is always a benefit if you can get your hands on a guy before he can get his hands on you. Typically, that puts you in a good position to win. Good anchor. I love to see that. Big, heavy hands. I like a nice punch, Jason. Just stun people with that punch. Man, I think this is where did you have him in your range on your board there?
I had him as a 3-4, so we're right in range here. And then let me see where I had him in the final stack. I think I had him at 89. So kind of right here.
Yeah. They get him at 91. Hey, look, you had Malachi at 27. They took him at 27. You had this guy at 90 or 89. They get him at 91. I mean, you're pretty on it here, Jason. I think you're showing off a little bit here, but Emery Jones Jr.
I can't help you with Mike Green, though. Sorry, I had him at 16.
That is an absolute steal. So the Ravens at the end, or so far through 3 rounds, they've come away with a safety, an edge, and an interior offensive lineman. I think at least by just checking the boxes, I think most Ravens fans would be pretty thrilled to come out of here with those 3 guys, especially the contributors that are expected in those first 2 picks, with both those guys expected to not just play, but participate and absolutely contribute week 1. Man, this is now, of course, we're going to get more. We're going to break down more. I'm going to, what do we? Oh, Jalen Milroe
to Seattle.
Mike McDonald, former Raven. He goes and gets his Kyle Hamilton. And now he thinks he got his next Lamar Jackson. Well, I got news for you. There's not a whole lot of Lamar Jacksons out there, but athletically, he might be the closest you can possibly get to him with his running ability and flashy arm talent. Like, just needs time, and now he'll have that opportunity to learn behind Sam Darnold. I'm sure Sam's not happy about this, even though he's happy with the $100 million. He's not happy knowing as soon as he throws a bad ball or has a bad run of 3 games, guess what the 12 are going to be calling for? They're going to be calling for Jalen Milroe, but I think Darnold is a good bridge for Jalen.
Yeah, and that's somebody, obviously, Darnold, I don't know that he's probably going to be the new Kirk Cousins, right? Where he'll be somewhere for a year or 2 and then probably move around. He's kind of resuscitated his career a little bit after, a bad run in New York, a bad run in Carolina, kind of lucked out with Minnesota last year with the McCarthy injury and, him getting to play and kind of, being able to parlay that into a new contract with another team. But Milroe, it's good because it's a place where he doesn't have to go to start. I think this does put on the table they might look at trading the quarterback they do have behind Darnold, which is Sam Howell. I think there was some talk about him, I think we're going to see some of these quarterbacks start moving around here after, or maybe tomorrow, in terms of like the guys already on teams. You talk about like Will Levis on the Titans, who
Yep.
they've clearly moved on from him. Sam Howell, who's
Trey
with,
Lance.
yeah, and then Seattle also got Drew Lock. They brought him back
Oh,
from New
that's
York.
right.
He was the
Jesus.
odd man out in New York with
That's
the
right.
Giants. So we might see some activity. Obviously these teams are viewing these quarterbacks much different than I think a lot of us thought going in. With Tyler Shuck being what, QB3 off the board, Shadeur not off the board here until
94.
maybe the end of the third round, and
Uh,
even that's not promised. So
Any chance that McCord, Howard, Ewers, Dylan Gabriel, any of those guys go before, or is Shador definitely the last next
I
one off?
absolutely think there's a chance that, depending on, you look at like, Cleveland's on the clock now. Do they finally do it? If they don't, I'm not sure who, if any of them they like. They might like a McCord. You look at the dots to connect with the Raiders with Will Howard. That's who I put them with in my
Mm.
7 round because Chip Kelly is there. They won a
Mm.
national championship together.
Hmm.
Quinn Ewers, I know, was having a lot of second round kind of buzz a little bit. I didn't necessarily see that, but I didn't see it with Tyler Shuck either, and he went in the second round. Um, I'm not sure where the spot is for any of these guys other than the Raiders right now, unless San Francisco goes crazy. And it's like, Brock Purdy, thanks for everything, but we're going to take Shadeur. You never know.
You never
I
know,
mean,
man. Hey, you don't want to pay
um,
for if you don't want to pay $45 million to Brock Purdy. That's one way to get out of it.
exactly. I mean, that you can't rule anything out. But yeah, other than that, there's not really a spot unless somebody wants to trade in here at the, in the 11th hour of the third round, because Falcons took theirs last year. Texans obviously don't need one, and then the Vikings took one last year, and they haven't seen him yet. Philadelphia is set. New England is set. So if it's not Cleveland here or
That's
the
it.
Raiders and a few picks, like, he's not going tonight.
I think it's Cleveland though, right?
It almost has to
They
be
go
like,
Sanker. Wow.
did
Saints
they
go
really?
the Saints. The Saints went Sanker. Yep.
Oh, Saints did. Okay,
Yep.
well, that's good because I had Sanker in my top 100 at the very end.
There you go. He gets to
He was the
93.
one that bumped Milam out. So I guess
Okay.
it's
At
a
least you
fair
got him
trade.
in there. If you didn't get either one, that would have been a bummer. But yeah, I like Jonas Shanker. I Sanker. I'm sorry. I think he
Yeah,
could
he's
be
a
a
good
nice
player.
player. Obviously, he's not Malachi Starks.
No, clearly not. He's a good
But
player though.
yeah, I think that's Saints. Still that the quarterback. I don't know if I can get behind that, but I don't mind this pick. But this is really Shadeur's last chance.
Yeah.
I think. I mean, I guess there's a chance the Raiders could, but they committed a lot of money to Geno, more than 1 year's worth of money.
Yeah. And I think that's the difference between, like, hey, we're bringing this guy in because we need somebody and we're covering our base here,
Right.
and we think we can win with him.
Yeah.
And you have Genty. I don't remember who else all they picked. They picked the corner. I know that Porter and then whoever the other one was. But yeah,
Browns, here they go. What do they do here? These outfits, man. These guys. I got to go to the draft one year, man. If freaking Green Bay can have it,
they
come
have it
on.
Baltimore, right?
Yeah, like Green Bay.
Even if they go in DC, right? That's close enough. And
I could drive
they're
there.
looking at building a new stadium, so I'm sure like that's, but that gave me some anxiety when I was looking at that crowd there last night. It just was like too much.
Well, look, I mean, you go to a Ravens playoff game. I mean, I'm sure Dallas. I mean, well, Dallas doesn't get to make
No.
playoff games, but no, I mean, around the stadium for a playoff game, it's an obscene amount of people.
We don't know what that's like here, Glenn.
Oh, my bad. I didn't know.
We have the Green Bays and the 49ers of the world whose fans travel well, like taking over half the stadium. But I
Yeah.
actually hadn't been to a game since I was up here, and so I'm not sure what it's like, but I don't think it quite has the fan bases that you guys have, and the Green Bays and that,
Yeah, Baltimore's pretty crazy about their Ravens.
I mean, I've done WrestleMania. I don't think it's the same thing as standing in a crowd of people for 4 hours watching names get called.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Maybe
So,
I would enjoy the festivities around and peek my head in when it's time, but I don't think I could
yeah.
stand there for 4 hours watching names get picked. No
No,
chance.
I mean, this is my thing here, man. I can't do it.
Right. Yeah.
I wanted to go. I wanted to go 2020 when they had it in Vegas. Then it got canceled because of COVID.
Mm.
And then when it came back around, I was like, no, I'm not gonna be able to do that.
That would have been a good place to go because there's so much to do that you're not just stuck sitting there for 4 hours.
Yeah, and at least like it's a place that I've been many, many times for work, for like conventions and stuff. And so like know the ways to get around. It's pretty easy to, get the things you need. It's not like dropping yourself into Green Bay, Wisconsin, where everything probably closes at 6.
Right. You're in the neighborhood. Like literally they're doing this draft in people's backyards. Like it's crazy.
Yeah. I saw Goodell on the bicycle yesterday. I was like, man, what if he wiped out? That would be epic.
Oh, I know. I was rooting for it on the beach cruiser.
Yeah.
I was rooting for it. Oh, we got some
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Don't do it. Don't tell us, DK. Let me be shocked. I see. I'm glad you didn't tell us any names, but I did click on your chat.
Yeah. I'm wondering though now.
Yeah, because that just tells me who it's not. I mean, what is it? I saw the Sanders boys.
I think I have an idea who it might be.
But let's hear your guess before it's announced.
I think it's Will Howard.
Will Howard, okay, who had a horrible combine, right? Like,
yeah,
couldn't complete a pass against air.
But the tape was good.
Tape was good, and apparently had a pretty good senior day. Pro day.
And you look at who they have, like who did they sign? The old man, Joe Flacco.
That's true.
Wow, and it's not even close. It's freaking Dylan Gabriel, the left-handed little quarterback from Oregon.
Hold on. Look, they don't even look happy. Look at the fans. Oh, they don't look happy. Hold on. What is it? Okay, he's small. What did he measure at? Because 6 foot, there's no way he's actually 6 foot if that's what this says.
No, let's look.
And he's older. So he's already 24 and a half. He's under 6 foot.
What? 5'11", 205. This was who I thought that Miami would look at because they've had a left-handed quarterback who's, a little bit injury prone at this point. They just signed Zach Wilson, who's just, he's a journeyman now. Yeah.
Wow.
I can't. He's a good player.
But how's he going to hold up at that size? He's going to get destroyed.
Yeah, apparently he's, he's accurate. The arm there's more arm there than you would think.
I mean, how pissed off is Shadeur?
Holy shit. Shadeur might be like, can I go back to school?
Yeah, can I change my mind? Oh my gosh. Like, at what point does it start to look a little bit like, is it something about him? Because we had the assistant coach come out who bashed the interview process, said it was the most arrogant, entitled interview he's ever had, and he's just not good enough to have that kind of attitude.
Yeah.
How much do you think it's more than just the tape? It's the attitude and the tape. Like,
there's almost, and I don't want to speak to him because I don't know him personally, but like from the outside looking in, there's almost too much celebrity to it.
Mm-hmm.
And you do see some things that are beyond just the tape, like some of the stuff at Colorado that kind of went down. Some of it's still, it's almost like there needs to be some humbling. Maybe this is how the league views it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because the reality might be they don't think he's that good, but then you add the layer of there's all this other stuff that comes along with it, with Dion, with I know he's made like some music videos and all of the kind of like this social media-esque culture. Like I'm not going to doubt that he loves football, that he's tough, that he's got, there are good things about him, but maybe at the end of the day, that doesn't outweigh what is he going to bring to what is the circus that's going to be brought to my team? And if he wasn't going to be an instant starter, which he probably wasn't ever going to be anywhere outside of maybe Cleveland, what does that bring to the team? It just brings the circus. That suits perfectly fine this organization where I am, but they don't need that.
Jared Wilson goes.
All right, there's our center off the board, kind of in the range that we talked about. So yeah, I don't know. We've still got 2 more picks where maybe he comes off the board.
What, the Raiders? That's it?
With the Raiders.
Yeah.
But man, that's not a certainty at all. Especially with Gabriel going.
I wonder what the over-under, what's the payout if you say, Shadeur Sanders
I wish I would have took it. I don't bet and I don't know much about it, but I follow a couple of guys that do, and I think it went from 3 or 6 down to 21.5.
Damn.
You either take Pittsburgh or you take after. Man, if going back, where's my Gray Sports Almanac?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Put it all on
Old
Shadeur.
Biff Tanner here. Yeah.
And if they had odds on him not going in the first round or the second round,
first 3 rounds,
until day 3, let it ride, man.
That's unbelievable. The Falcons on the clock. I got to trade because somehow I don't have that right.
Yeah, they've been moving around. I don't outside of seeing the picks come in. I don't know who's who at this point, or where what's next is, and I trust the NFL. It's kind of dynamically updating, so that's the only reason I see it.
There goes Xavier Watts. Finally, the center fielder out of Notre Dame goes. Crazy production.
That's a good pick for Atlanta. I think it's a good value pick too. Yeah, Jared. Sorry, I can't read.
I think it's Gerard.
Gerard. Yeah. He can be great, and teams will regret passing on him just like Lamar. Very much possible. Maybe this is a motivating thing for him. I'm going to prove everybody wrong. Maybe in the end of the day, this could have been the best thing for him. And
I don't like the comparison between him and Lamar's confidence. I don't think their attitude is at all similar. Lamar is the most humble, yes, sir, yes, man. There's nothing that screams humble to me from Shadeur Sanders. I don't think, you could, I think it's very, very fair to say that he could be a great quarterback. That's fair. But I don't think him and Lamar have the same attitude. No, I don't see that at all. But hey, he could be a hell of a player. I'm not willing to say he's not. Jimmy, on the other hand, is very willing to say that. I just don't think he has any wow attributes. He doesn't wow you with anything about his game. But that's not to say he can't be a winner. Cornerback is important. I want middle linebacker or pass rush. Look,
as we talked about it. Tomorrow is going to be the sweet spot for the linebackers. There's still a chance we could get 1 or 2 more, I think, here by the end of the night. But this is where the depth of this class is for linebacker. And these guys can start. It's not that they're, bad players or day 3 players. I think they're all pretty good, but the upside probably isn't there of the Jalen Walkers and the Jihad Campbells and even the Schwessingers of the world. But these are all, players that come in and play snaps for you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you can expect that in these rounds. Jalen Smith, the corner out of USC, goes 97 to the Texans. I think you had him in pretty decent range.
Right? Yeah, we talked about him. I had him as a 4.6, and he was pretty far down my stack, but I kind of just do that and kind of, make sense of how to navigate talking about these guys. But I thought he was a lot better than, other people had him way far down, but I was like, man, he's good. He's versatile. The size is okay. As a nickel, kind of move around player in the secondary. I thought he's very solid.
Looks like a decent blitzer here, Jason. I just saw him put a nice move on the running back that tried to pick him up. He gets right by him and gets to the quarterback.
Yeah. So, um,
So they go
and
Higgins, Noel, 2 wide receivers out of Iowa State, and then they go Ursery
Ursery,
and Jalen Smith. Okay. All right. Not
and
a bad
like
pick.
the Texans are, at least it seems like reportedly, they're kind of big on like culture type guys. And I think all of those guys kind of fit that.
Culturally, I mean, I gotta get somebody on who really covers Marshall, because I have got to find out more about this Mike Green. If this was like you said, a couple years ago, he's been forthcoming and
Hmm.
he's been very open about it, and this is a thing in his past, or does he have other issues in the locker room, in the community that we need to know about? Because man, that
Yeah,
just
you
if
have
this is
to
a couple years old, we'll see.
you have to think that more was shared behind the scenes, and I don't know how many visits or anything he took. That's part of it too. Some teams may just, oddly enough, have like zero tolerance, where it's like, even if there's a hint of anything, true, untrue, alleged, we
Fair
just
or
don't want to.
unfair? Yeah,
We just don't want to deal with it.
yeah.
And we spoke to that, what was written in the Beast. Like, it's not like any details are going to get shared there of like what the nature of what is alleged to have happened, or what was alleged in terms of accusation. Something may not have happened, but or whatever. He was forthcoming. You have to assume if he met with the Ravens and whatever other teams he shared that, some teams might just have liked somebody better.
Yeah.
There's a lot of contributing factors that go into that. So, um,
But
you know,
that
to your
drop, it had to be something to do with it.
no, that was too. There was too much of it. There
Yeah.
had to, and I'm sure we'll get at least some top level information. It's like how many teams had him off the board
Mm-hmm.
for that reason. Um,
Yeah, I
so
wonder if
they,
the Ravens are if they're going to have a conference tonight. A lot of times they do after their second selection. I'll be interested to see how they answer the questions from the media, because I'm certain that they're going to get a ton
yeah.
of questions. Who is a player comp for Mike Green? I know you're not a big player comp guy, Jason.
Yeah, I'm not a big
Uh,
player comp, so I couldn't really tell you. Some guys I'll watch and see, and I'm like, that looks like so and so, but um, I don't really go into the comp type stuff. I think I don't know if DJ does the comps, but if you just search him and put comp, you can probably get an idea of who he's like, or who he's kind of projected to kind of be like.
could you tell us
Um,
a little bit, just in case people are just now getting in here, about Mike Green, like about him as a player? What kind of player is he?
Yeah, a little bit undersized, but very productive. Obviously strong hands. As we kind of watch the video, like the initial punch is really good. He can capture the corner, and he he's I won't call him a speed rusher, but he's definitely not the kind of the 4-3 in. Like, this is a stand up or hand down. Um, you know, Either or edge rusher. So he could have gone to any team. Like, it's a good fit for, I think, what the Ravens do. Um, and
Hmm.
like you said, they're like elite pass rush and run defense grade. So he's good at both. Like, yeah, he's not going to win every time because of the size, but the size is good enough. And when he kind of showed out at the Senior Bowl, that put a lot more people on notice. It's like, hey, this guy isn't just taking advantage of lesser competition. Like, he can hold his own against these teams that are in these players that are going to be, you know, top 50, top 100 picks. So,
Hmm.
um,
Yeah, I mean, what I like to hear is he's stout against the run too, right?
mhm, yeah.
At almost 250 pounds, looks like he had a 90th percentile numbers in win rate and run stops. So he's not just a one trick pony. He's going to help
Mhm.
you on all 3 downs. Is it fair to expect? Now, of course, we haven't seen him in purple yet. Is it fair to expect that a player like this should expect it to be a starter week 1?
I think so. Like,
Okay.
I think he's pro ready. That's the other part of it too. He's not a developmental player. He's not, somebody that's going to have to get seasoned a little bit. Like we had a couple of those guys go early too, but this is kind of like, you know, put him in and he's ready to go.
I love to hear that, man. I can't believe they got this dude. I can't wait to dive in and really, because I wasn't looking a ton of Mike Green because I didn't. And again, another player where in basically every mock draft until today, he wasn't available. Like, I don't know. I don't know if that news about his issues was that common knowledge throughout, or is that something that came out later?
I mean, it was by the combine at least because he was answering
Okay.
questions about it. But again, the nature of it, which like he stood up there and spoke about it, so at least But again, who knows?
Yeah. Let's see. The Raiders are back on the clock, so they take the tackle. They get Caleb Rogers out of Texas Tech.
Yeah, he's an interesting player. He's somebody I kind of liked for Dallas on day 3. I think this is a little early for him. Has positional flex, starts at left tackle, left guard, right tackle in
Damn.
college. So they can kind of put him anywhere they want to. He's a good player, but like he wasn't really like kind of settled into any one particular position. So wherever they want to put him, and then they go with
Dude.
the tackle right after that, Charles Grant. So
Holy smoke. They go back to back offensive linemen. I kind of like that because look, we saw the two teams in the Super Bowl. What did they have? They had good offensive linemen, a good offensive line play, and they had good interior defensive line play. So build in the trenches, man. You go and you get back to back tackle guards, however you want to play them. I think that's a smart play by the Raiders, a team that typically goes for the flashier, faster, the Lamborghini picks as they call them, and not the safer in the trenches guys.
Yeah, and Charles Grant's interesting because like he is more of an upside pick, and that was kind of one of the things they were talking about when you started hearing that the Raiders were looking offensive line in the first round because you think Colton Miller, who's been there for a while, is kind of locked in. Apparently, there's some contract things there to sort out. Is he going to stay long term? Does he want more? Are they open to doing it? Charles Grant is a player that you put in and kind of learn behind. He needs to get bigger, I think, but the quickness and the ability is definitely there. And Caleb Rogers, like I said, he's probably good enough to compete for a starting job, but he's probably a guard. I think he's a guard. But both of those guys, those are good picks. Like I think late here in the third round because these big bodies don't usually last very long. And we talked about it, like even getting up to 91 or like if you can get a guard, is it going to be somebody that can start for you? And then we started seeing, this wave kind of go, with Millum and then, Ravens taking Emery Jones and now you get Rogers and Grant. So there's still more to come in the fourth round. I think there's still kind of a good swath of tackles, and especially with the guards there too. But they're going to go quick.
Now, did you had Emery? Where was he ranked as far? Did you have him ranked as a tackle or as a guard?
I had him as a guard in my 7th round when I actually kind of went through. I had him going to Tampa Bay, but as a tackle. I think he's good enough to play tackle, but when I initially watched him, I was like, I think he's a guard, and I thought he was better as a guard than Frazier, who everybody had as a higher ranked guard most of the time.
I like that. Okay, because I mocked Frazier to us around this. Maybe it was the 5th round, or 4th or 5th round, but nice. Okay, all right. Well. Let's see here. We got a couple picks left, and then we're out of here. We got 3, in fact. The Niners are on the clock. Looks like the pick is already in. They're just waiting to make the announcement. I will say this. If Mondon is there late, I deserve an apology. I mean, I deserve an on-air, as loud as the criticism was, I deserve an on-air apology just as loud, Jason, because he's still on the board.
No.
I mean,
I'll give it to you, man. I just feel like, if he doesn't go here, and again, I had him in top 100, but where is he at on the DRAFTPLEX board?
Oh man,
3-4.
Was he? Okay.
So I've still got, I think we're going to see these linebackers go tomorrow and go early. Like Martin, I didn't have. I had him lower.
Okay.
I just think undersized, hurt last year. But, you know, some teams take that as a value. Maybe if he was healthy, he would have been a lot higher.
Hmm.
But
Any
yeah, there's
chance
a
they
good.
go running back? No, they
Are
the
those 49ers?
should the Niners ever draft a running back because they could just find one, right? Like,
I could see that they could draft one right here.
you think Scatabo is getting off the board here?
I don't know. Maybe Tootin.
Maybe Tootin. Okay.
Yeah.
I just feel like in that system, no matter who they
I
have
still
at
think they
running
want
back,
defensive line.
D lineman. Okay.
I mean, they took Michael Williams. Who was did they take a defensive line?
Yeah,
Alfred
Alfred
Collins.
Collins.
Yeah.
Yep.
So like they're kind of okay there. So maybe
All
this
three
is
defense
offense.
so far.
So
Well,
they could
and
still
remember,
take Shadeur.
ooh, I didn't even think about that. That would be spicy if they take him and then just pan the camera right to Brock Purdy wherever he's at. Find him, get a camera on his face. All right, here we go.
No, I think they love Brock Purdy. They're going to pay him. That's why they let go all of these players. They need to define room.
Yeah, they kind of. I mean, the writing's on the wall when you let all that talent leave.
Mel on it again. Upton Stout.
There's a reason Mel is who he is. You know.
Yeah, he didn't get Shadeur right, but
man, they have him at 197. 5'9", and I bet he's not even 5'9". He's Zardarius.
Yeah. Where's Upton Stout? 5'8'4". So 5'8.5", 181. He's your slot corner.
He's
but a feisty little guy.
Yeah.
So that's the top 100. I got to go back and calculate because it's not. To be fair, it's probably looking about as good as everybody else's.
Was this a more unpredictable draft than you can? Because it seemed like the first round was relatively predictable to some, but not since then.
No, I don't think. I mean, there was a couple of 50 scores on the huddle report, and there's a good swath of like high 40s, but a lot of 30s. A lot of things getting thrown off. I think matches like there was some early stuff that people went away from that actually did happen. This has been kind of all over the place as far as the second and third round. I think there's a little more variance here than. But to be fair, Bill Belichick's gone. I don't have anybody that I have in the 5 to 7 or the late round draftable that is gone tonight. So I'm happy about that.
There you go. There you go. Let's see. The Broncos pick is about to be announced. Pick 101.
2 more.
That's it.
And now it's Philadelphia.
What is it?
Philadelphia is at 101.
Oh.
Unless there was a trade, but it's
no, the Broncos. Yeah, the Broncos.
Did the Broncos trade in?
Yep, the Broncos are in at 101.
They won't be taking Shadeur.
No. Savion Jones.
Okay. There were some folks that had bumped him up a little bit higher late. I went back and watched him too. I didn't quite see it. But I thought this was going to kind of be the range, like late third and early fourth. He's kind of a base end type.
Yeah, he doesn't look very quick.
Not twitchy at all.
Yeah. He looks so slow right there. Holy He looked like the guy. You ever seen Happy Gilmore, the original, and the big Oafy guy?
Jaws?
That's who he looked like running.
From Bond? Yeah.
Holy, I mean, huge, but just.
I kind of took note of him during the Senior Bowl because he really kind of was kind of a standout there. But then when I went back and watched him, I was like, well, he's probably like a 4th round type. There's not, like I said, base end kind of, probably pretty good against the run, pass rush a little bit, hasn't quite put it all together yet. And then we have, now are the Texans on the clock or is this the Vikings?
The Vikings.
The Vikings, okay.
I'm going to make another trade. I made a
So
lot of trades. I feel like there has been a lot of trades this year.
Yeah, there's been a lot of movement here, particularly today. Like yesterday, didn't we have as much? We had the couple big trades there at the end.
Yeah. Hey,
And
do you
I
believe
don't
in
remember.
McCarthy?
And for the Vikings, I have no
Yeah.
idea. I think
No.
I think he'll be reasonably successful with him. I think they draft him for a reason. They put Sam Darnold in a position to succeed last year, which we talked about.
Yeah. And that coach, O'Connell, gets a lot of love nationally.
Yeah, he was getting a lot of flowers from Todd McShay. I was listening to his podcast yesterday talking about Brian Daboll and Jackson Dart and how that was going to be the fit. And he was like, he's one of the handful of guys you trust with a quarterback, and Kevin O'Connell was one of the known ones. So,
well, let's see here. Last pick of the third round, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for staying with us. If you did, again, thank you so much, Jason. You are a legend. Ty Felton, shout out to the Terps.
there you go. He came up a little bit in the top 100s too, and then you see him go in the end of the third round, the comp range. So all good with Ty Felton going right there.
I like it, man. And look, Terps, wide receiver U. I've heard of LSU. Have you ever heard of the Maryland Terps? Okay. And wide receiver U. We put out wide receivers. DJ Moore. Don't forget about Stephon Diggs. Ty Felton, the next in line. We got Maryland can put out some ball players.
What's the saying? Crab cakes in football. That's what Maryland does.
That's what we do, man. That is absolutely what we do. Well, look, folks, we'll be back here obviously very soon. Continue to break down the Ravens draft. We have day 3 tomorrow, rounds 4 through 7. Don't forget, the Ravens have 4 6th-round draft picks. So lots to talk about. We're not going to be live the entire time like we were the first 2 days. I think
Absolutely not.
We get a little bit of a break here. But thank you all for whoever joined us, who stuck around for the entire thing. Appreciate you. Thank you again, Jason, for spending a ridiculous amount of time with me. I can't even believe how gracious you are with your time. DK, you as well. I mean, the amount of effort he's put in to make that show last night special and then to join us tonight, absolutely unbelievable. So thank you all. Thank everybody who came. Thanks to everybody who watched. And we'll talk to you all later. See you.